Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. This is starting late. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think it's about time to really probably just settle in and just say straight up, what were my favorite games? What were my top 10 games of this year? And I guess going forward, there were sometimes you gotta make a list personal. Where I mean, critically, if I were to look at this thing and be like, hey, like what were like the absolute like most perfectly tightly designed games, it'd be a little different. Because I think sometimes I enjoy games more than others, despite knowing a game is okay. This is a better designed game. Like, for example, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. There's not really a lot wrong with that game, but it's not in my top 10. There are games in my top 10 that have serious issues, but Marvel Cosmic Invasion is not in my top 10, even though it doesn't have serious gameplay issues. I just enjoyed the overall experience in some games more than games with less issues. So that's how that goes. So yeah, and I guess sort of like before I guess I got there was actually I could easily put this up to 20. This could have easily gone to 20. I could have I could do a top 20. I could do a top 25 easily. Um, but yeah, so I guess I'll ramble off a bit of those first, but yeah, those this is definitely not this is not going to be conventional. This will not be probably anyone's. No one's going to have a similar top 10 to mine probably, and that's okay. That's what makes things a lot more interesting. But this will give you a good idea where my headspace is at. So yeah. So anyways, let's without further ado. So yeah, it's time to talk about my top 10 games of the year. And again, 2025 was a pretty good year for games. I wouldn't say it was like one of the greatest years, but it was pretty good. I mean, looking back, there was definitely a lot of this is good, this is good, this is good. And when I filled out a top 10 on my trusty board here. And I was looking at it, and when I was ranking it, I was like, "Wow, that I actually am gonna have to rank this lower than I thought, or this actually didn't quite make it." So, could have easily made a top 20. Easily could have made a top 20. And I think just sort of like here's a couple games that just I'm gonna name off them right now. Like a couple games that didn't quite make my top 10, but I still feel were good. One would be, of course, Xenoblade X Definitive Edition. Not in my top 10, mostly just because it's a sort of it's a port. It's an expanded port. Um, it's not nearly as crazy as say going from like Wii to Switch. This was going from Wii U to Switch, which they're pretty similar architecture wise. I mean, I don't want to diminish it because they actually added a lot of quality of life features. They added some stuff to the battle system to really make it feel better. And Chapter 13 is great. But we do in light of the fact that coming off of the trilogy, the main trilogy, and going to X, it was kind of like, okay, yeah, this game's pretty dry. It does have a nice sandbox approach. I do think it is a game for a certain audience, and I think those who love it will always there's a lot there for people who love that style of game to sink their teeth into. But yeah, Xenoblade X Definitive Edition, that's definitely a honorable mention for top 10 for me. Another one is South of Midnight. Great graphics, great art, good story, really good music, but the combat was a little too basic and it was a little too obvious where the story kind of just there was supposed to be a last there's a I don't know anything about the development of a game, but man, is it weird to see a game where you can just visually see with no knowledge that there was supposed to be a last level here. It got cut and the story just kind of got like we just kind of had to wrap it up. It feels like they ran out of time. But it's still a very good game. Other games that didn't quite make it is Peak, and Peak is a lot of fun, but Peak 1 is sort of, it's hyper dependent on having people. You can play it solo, and that's fine. But the other problem with just like it's kind of designed around a specific user multiplayer user experience is that the RNG, since it resets its map every day, you could end up with just a terribly designed level or just a completely unfun level, and then sometimes it'll be a fun level, good challenge, no challenge. Like the random nature actually I feel can be sort of detrimental, where like for a whole 24-hour block of time the game could not be any fun to play. So that's just the nature of the beast. So yeah, Peak was definitely an honorable mention, though. Definitely one of the best of the cheap friendship games that's coming out. Doom, the Dork Ages, a lot of fun, but they kind of replaced Rip and Tear with parry and bonk. And I like parrying and I like bonking, but something left something a little bit left something to be desired. Like I think getting rid of the glory kills mostly hurt it. Yeah, there is technically glory kills, but highly scaled back. There's basically like a few, and you're going to see a lot of stuff repeated over and over. So not quite the crazy tight level, fast-paced level design experience that say Doom 2016 was, and definitely not the cracked out experience Eternal was. Definitely tried to go for a more grounded thing, and it works, but it's also just good. It's really good. I mean, I think it's worth playing, but maybe not top 10 material. And same goes for both sets of new Ninja Gaiden games. Although, to be fair, I think Ragebound is like a straight up 9 out of 10. I think Ragebound is very, very good. But it was like, this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Almost made my top 10. But like it played, it was just a somewhat, I don't know, it just felt good, but also kind of safe. I don't know. Like, it didn't impact me as hard as maybe, say, some other games. Ninja Gaiden 4, also very good. Shows that Platinum still got it, but not quite. Definitely has some issues. Like, the levels go on way too long. I bet you could exercise a third of the game out of it, and it would have been a better game overall. Like, it's just way too excessive with some of its levels and some of its checkpointing. But it's still a very good game, very good soundtrack. And the last game I'll mention, honorable mention, that did not make my top 10 was Ghost of Yotei. And it's a very good game. It's a very pretty game, but there's some strange design decisions, namely the omission to have any control over the weather, which it's just very weird, which basically, like, for a game built around its environmental beauty, seems to constantly want to restrict you seeing that environmental beauty. It's also a very iterative sequel. Like, the fact that you have different weapons didn't add as much as you would have thought it would have. Instead of stances, you have different weapon types, but they more or less function almost identically. They still function on the sort of like, rock, paper, scissors, or this is weak to that system. So the combat wasn't as refined as I was hoping. The story, it's a basic revenge plot, and it's fine. It's well acted. It's, obviously, again, beautiful. But there's also weird things where it absolutely, completely drops the ball on some major historical things. There's I don't want to say revisionism, but it is kind of revisionism, where they went out of their way to show the Ainu people, but they completely neglected, almost willingly pretended that, like, the reason the Masamune clan was up there, actually I think I just said the clan's name wrong, but the reason the Imperial Japan sent a clan of shogun or clan of samurai up to Hokkaido at the time was to directly deal with the Ainu people, and they in this game they make up a fake rogue samurai army, and the Imperial Japan is up there for that reason. They have nothing to do. So there's this kind of like really ugly, like, you're ignoring real history and the real reason things were there, and that's kind of hard to ignore for me. And again, it knocks it down a peg for me for a game that prides itself so hard on being very very much like detailed in its background, to get such a humongous important part of that part of the country's history, just to sort of like pretend, just leave it alone, like don't address it at all. It's big for me. I'm sorry, I'm a history guy, so yeah, that really hurt it for me. And again, it's more Ghost, which is good, but it's also it's more Ghost, but I don't get to control the weather. I have to basically look at miserable Pacific Northwest weather almost the whole time during my gameplay, and I couldn't change it. And even when the sun does come out, the game almost looks like a generation ahead graphically. But yeah, like that, just the historical revisionism and the sort of the combat not being that much better, and just sort of like the lack of other options kind of knocks it down a little bit. I was really anticipating it was kind of my most anticipated game from Sony first party, and it's still good and it's still fun and I enjoyed it, but is what it is. But that's enough talking about honorable mentions. Let's talk about games. Let's talk about games that I did play, because heck, that's more important anyways. That's why we're here. We're here to talk about the games I did play. So number 10 is Metroid Prime 4. Now, this is a game with some issues, and there's funny enough, as a recording of this video, we're actually learning a lot more from Famitsu interviews and other YouTube content creators, interviewing other ex-retro people. And yeah, we're basically getting the pictures becoming clear here, how this was sort of a cursed project. There was a lot of really weird ideas that NCL specifically wanted, and kind of like decided to stick to their guns on keeping, which a lot of Metroid fans aren't really happy with. I'm okay with most of it. Here's the thing. I think at the end of the day, Metroid Prime 4 is a very good sci-fi adventure game. Metroid Prime 4 is not a good Metroid game. What makes Metroid is not really here almost at all. And I can acknowledge that, and I can understand for, say, a Metroid aficionado to be kind of upset over that fact, and it makes sense. I get it. It's not, they're not wrong. Like, this is very much almost an anti-Metroid game. And again, all the new ideas, all the ideas to have a hub world and have an expanded roster, like, they don't always hit. They really don't always land. But they're also not as bad as things always were, on the other hand, because there is stuff in this game. Like, yeah, there's a really boring scavenger hunt at the end of this game, but it's actually not as bad as say the Great Sea and Wind Waker, and I've seen far worse and far more dialogue from characters I want to rip apart. Like, these characters were fine. I actually kind of enjoyed them, but yeah, there's some very strange design decisions in this game. They don't always work, but for just having a game that was just a really cool, very atmospheric. I'm a big atmosphere guy, and this game like really nailed its weird atmosphere, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful in a way we never see Nintendo games usually look, and I enjoyed it. I just enjoyed my time with this game. I didn't love the game more than anything. It's definitely not my favorite Metroid Prime or anything, but it was a solid, good, fun time, and I enjoyed this game, and I think it's worth playing. I enjoyed it. It's my number 10. But yeah, like, and speaking of games that are probably still not perfect, but they're a lot better than they were. Number 9 for me is Yooka-Laylee. I thought Yooka-Laylee was a good game, a decent game, if you will. It had some issues, but most of them were things that, like, people who don't like 3D platformers just don't like about 3D platformers, period. But Yooka-Laylee being like a sort of full-on definitive edition of Yooka-Laylee, it took a good game and made it a great game, especially for fans of 3D platformers. Like, the changes, the quality of life, the redone music, the orchestrated music, everything is just really good now. Like, this is like a really good, solid 3D platformer. This is way more closer to, and again, all the additions of new mini games and new game modes and everything. Like, this feels like this was the game I think they wanted to make, or the game people had in their heads when the Kickstarter first went up. And now it's like, now we have the game we were envisioning, the game we wanted is kind of here now. I really enjoyed it. It's a really breezy game. They kind of, like, interestingly, like, they doubled the number of collectibles, but they didn't make it, they didn't do anything to make, they didn't increase the requirements to progress in the game. So in other words, it's kind of like someone said, hey, now there's 240 stars in Super Mario 64. But guess what? You still only need 70 to go to the final Bowser. You still only need like 8, to unlock 7 or 8 to unlock the first Bowser level. It's like they didn't increase the requirement to progress. They just doubled how many you could get in every level, and that was actually kind of cool because now it's like cool. I can just run around, get as much as I want, progress at the pace I want to, and not be like stuck in an area. So I thought this was a really, really well done, really well thought out kind of reimagining. It basically made Yooka-Laylee the game it was supposed to be. I really liked Yooka-Laylee. I thought it was basically like this is a game I would recommend wholeheartedly to anyone who loves 3D platformers. Is it like say on the level of like Astrobot? No, of course not. But it's still a lot of fun. I enjoyed my time with the game a lot, and I don't think it's a ton of money. I don't think it's full priced. But yeah, great game. I had a lot of fun with this, but it is a 3D platformer, and if you're not really into the 3D platformers or that vibe or its genre or just basically like its humor style, I don't know if it'll do anything to change your mind on that. But I think it's a really good time for anyone who is a fan of the late '90s games of its genre. So yeah, Yooka-Laylee. What a nice turnaround. Number 8 for me. We're getting a little more personal here, and that is Sword of the Sea, the third game from Giant Squid. This is a wonderfully beautiful game. Again, the pedigree from these developers is impeccable. It's following up on the sort of loosely connected inner narrative set forth with Abzu and the Pathless. This is basically in between there, where Abzu was just pure vibes and Pathless was a bit of an action game with combat. This is somewhere in between. So it's basically a hoverboarding game. You hoverboard around and you basically just progress the game. It's very short, and that's totally fine. I think there's something to be said for just a really solid quality, multi-hour experience, that doesn't really go beyond 5 hours, if that, but just gives you just a great time the whole way through. So absolutely beautiful game, of course, and I have to really, really emphasize the score by Austin Wintory is immaculate in this game. One of the best soundtracks of the year, no doubt in my mind about that. Just I really like the game. I do feel that maybe there could have been a little more something to the puzzles or challenges a bit. I don't really necessarily. I'm not going to complain. Again, I'm not complaining about the length, but some of the platforming and quote unquote puzzle challenges were almost too easy in my mind. Where it was just kind of like, okay, like this feels very obvious what you're supposed to do. But regardless, this is one of those like, okay, it was short, it was sweet, it was beautiful, it sounded amazing. Like there really was not really any flaws with this one. This was just a great time, start to finish. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And I definitely think Sword of the Sea nailed that perfectly, and I really enjoyed this game. But again, I'm an environment guy, so I'm big on games with great atmosphere, great music. So, and Giant Squid once again delivering in spades. So yeah, number 8 was Sword of the Sea. And that leads us, of course, to number 7. This is where, okay, now we're starting to get into games. I'm like, I can't believe I had to put these games like so low, but here we are. And number 7 is Split Fiction. The next, the newest game by Hazelight, the next co-op adventure game. Where, of course, you play as two aspiring writers who get stuck in their own VR worlds between fantasy and sci-fi, and they have to basically make it out of their own headspace, their own creations. And it's a very, very good game. Just solid start to finish. The best, again, once again, the co-op challenges are great. Like the way it integrates seamlessly, and even some of the tricks they pull off, even in the end game is amazing. The one thing that is a little weird on this game is that for some reason you have 2 competitive characters that don't have the competitions. They don't have the mini games from It Takes Two. That's kind of like the one weird thing about this game. Is that it's like you even see moments where like there was probably supposed to be a competitive meeting, like a race or a shooting gallery or something, and they just don't have it. It's really bizarre, like that somehow they're missing the weird mini games from It Takes Two. But either way, the actual journey is fantastic. It's one of the best running games on the cursed Unreal 5 engine, where it runs almost without a hitch completely. And yeah, it's just a fun time it's just a fun experience going through it. Again, it's not necessarily breaking new ground but what it does have is it does have variety. It does, variety in its worlds, variety in its scenarios, mostly in its scenarios, because even though they are different variations of science fiction and different variations of fantasy, they do feel a little homogenized a little bit. If there's one thing, it's like even with the different fantasy worlds, it does feel like they're pretty similar. And the sci-fi is kind of bounces between that a little bit too, where it's like it's Mass Effect and it's Blade Runner, and it's not really much between those. So loved the game though. Absolute joy to go through this game. Me and Nadia, we played all the way through it, and we just had a great time. So it definitely top 10. I knew right away it was going to be top 10. I even wondered if it was going to be GOTY when it first came out. It was that good. But here we are at number 7. The one thing though is I'm not a really huge fan of games that sort of require another player. And from what I understand, you can play this game single player. But again, it is a game built for co-op, so you need to have someone at the ready. They do everything they can to make it. They have a friends pass thing where like only one person needs to own a copy of this game, the other can just download it and play with you, and that's pretty great. But it is kind of an experience that's like has to be 2 people, just kind of has to be, and that's cool. But like it does kind of like. I always kind of feel a little weird about that. I have to recommend a game to people who may not have anyone to play with. So asterisk there. But yeah, that number 7 for me was Split Fiction. Number 6, I think, was the biggest surprise and shock for me completely. And number 6 for me is definitely going to turn some heads. But my number 6, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yeah, this is another one of those like, okay, I thought this might be Game of the Year when it came out. And it was a really good time. It is a quality game, and the flexibility, the imagination, the sort of what you can do in this game is incredible. There's an incredible amount of mobility and options and stuff, but the problem is it has a little bit of an RE6 issue where you have this amazing control and you have those abilities and options, but the levels don't really always match up to it. You get a lot of sort of just floating blocks, and the level design doesn't really match the creativity of the mechanics, of the control options and that stuff. So if there's any, and again, the middle of this game starts to wane a little bit, and it really picks back up in the end. Has a really fun end game for those who've been with the series for a while. But like the actual there is a slight disappointment here where the level design and the music doesn't really match its heights. It's kind of like the highs of this game are very high, but then the lows are kind of just not bad, but just sort of kind of middling in a way you kind of didn't expect them to be, didn't really want them to be, but really good time. Obviously, it's the best game. It's the best exclusive game on the Switch too. So it's still like one of the better reasons to own the system. But yeah, and again, is it say like the best 3D platformer that came out this year? Absolutely. What is on the creativity is there. Like the amount of things you can do is incredible. Like the digging mechanic and the voxel technology really does work, and it works really well. But I'd be lying if I was going to say like this is one of the best Donkey Kong games. I'd be lying if I said I like this more than Retro's offerings. I don't. I don't like this more than Rare's games. I don't like it more than Retro's games. I do like it plenty fine. I do think it's really good, and there's some really amazing ideas here. But I think it stumbled a slight bit on the level design. That being said, I had a good time playing it start to finish. Again, a little starting to get a little bored in the middle of the game, unfortunately. But like again, this is This was a good time. And don't let what I'm saying dissuade you from thinking it's not a great game. It's number 6, after all. But yeah, I was kind of expecting this to maybe be an easy number 1, but it's still just a really good time either way. But yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza was number 6 for me this year. So that moves us on to number 5. So we're already in top 5. And this one caught me by surprise. And I noticed one other person also put it in their top 10, but I don't think a lot of other people have played this one. And that's Neon Inferno. This is a run and gun that basically combines Contra and Wild Guns together in this absolutely gorgeous pixel art game. Wonderful co-op, but you can also play it just as easily single player. This game is just the perfect length, not too long, doesn't wear out its welcome, just looks incredible, sounds incredible, has, really cool like level art design, just constantly like just wowing you with its pixel art, its sprite-based art. It's just a really good fun time. There's not much in the way of weapon upgrades, and I think that was done because there is so much you can do, because you can shoot in the background, the foreground, you can reflect bullets, you can bullet time wanted curve bullets, and there is a basic upgrade between levels where you could buy another weapon with limited ammo. But yeah, this game is just this is just the perfect length of what this kind of game is. It's about the length of a classic Contra game, and just really amazing art, really amazing music, and just the gameplay is just solid and fun start to finish. This was. I have no notes. It's one of those things where it's like no notes. Maybe I wish I got to use some of the the extra guns more, but again, that's what the replay there is for, is okay, well, this run, buy this gun instead of that gun. But it's weird that there's no ammo in level to refill the secondary guns you buy at the shop, but they're kind of just meant to be like a quick power up. But yeah, just incredible art, incredible sprite based graphics, incredible soundtrack. It's really fairly priced. And it's just one of the best games I played this year, bar none. And again, me and Nadia went through this game, an amazing co-op experience. But you're going to have almost as good of an experience single player, which I can't say for Split Fiction. So yeah, this was an incredible game. This might be a bit of maybe this is kind of an old man boomer kind of thing, whatever. But whatever, I don't care. I wish more games were like this. I wish more games were priced like this. I wish more games were length were like this, because save the long form giant lore dump games for the Xenoblades, but for games that are trying to be these beautiful throwbacks to the classic era of arcades and Contra and NES, this is the perfect length for them. So yeah, love Neon Inferno. Absolutely my number 5, and I think everyone should check it out. So my number 4, oh boy, here we go. Number 4 game of the year for me, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. What can I say about this game that hasn't been said? I was one of the earliest champions for this game when no one was talking about it, because nobody watches the Xbox Game Showcase. But yeah, before this game came out and took the world by storm, I was the one trying to get people excited and hyped for it, and I wasn't really let down for the most part. Again, this is a game where some people are like, oh, it's revolution. Straight up, I'm going to be real, it didn't do anything new for its genre. It didn't revitalize a genre. All it did was brought mainstream attention because some people are allergic to hand-drawn art. All that being said, it did what I wanted to do, which was it took turn-based battles, it made them fun, it made them interesting, it put skill in turn-based combat, where so much of the time turn-based was mostly about strategy or just raw grinding. Just raw, just power level, just grind a lot. This game took that away. It had a really, really good, maybe one of my favorite all-time turn-based combat battle systems, because of the dodging and the parrying mechanics. And it took a page from Mario and Luigi and Mario RPG, and it took what was great about those and was great about games like Final Fantasy X, and Materia System from a 7. It's like it was a stew. It was a brilliant stew of just taking what worked in late 90s, early 2000s RPGs and just making a game like that again. Again, this is not a game that revitalized anything. It didn't save anything. It was just a wonderful stew of all the things that were great, spread across many games in the genre, and just put them all together and just made an amazing game. And of course, the soundtrack, Lorien Test Art, is an amazing accomplishment for the music. Again, the game looks beautiful. It plays great. The only really issue I have with this game is the third act just doesn't do it for me. It just doesn't. Like I feel like not that anything is necessarily bad or wrong, or I'm not even upset. I'm just kind of like it just feels kind of like a bit of a wet fart of an ending. Either ending, I don't feel either ending are very satisfactory. That's kind of rough to say, but this is a your mileage may vary kind of thing, and I don't think it's really fair to like judge a game based on entirely on did you like the ending or not, because some people are actually going to totally gel with one of the two endings. I thought neither one were really that good. I thought they were both kind of like endings, and I think a lot was I think there was a lot left on the table. I feel like the game kind of fridged its nearly its entire cast for the third act in a really weird way. But again, these are sort of like my personal takes. Why is it all the way down at 4 instead of like, at the top? And it's like, well, the fridging of its main cast besides the main two, like really does put a damper on things. Then either ending not being anything all that. But all that being said, the gameplay was there. The post game was there. Obviously the art. Oh, we know the music. Lorien again, amazing debut for Lorien Test Art, and this was obviously, this is a game that it got its flowers, deserves them. Its fan base is insane. I've never seen a game so quickly generate such a huge, ravenous, and annoying fan base as this game. It's a great game. Didn't save anything. It didn't revolutionize anything. It just was like, it just looked at all the ingredients of all these great other games and said, let's put it into a stew and make a great stew. And it did it. It did its job. I like this game a lot, but it wasn't my favorite game this year. Shockingly enough. And that will have to go. So we're now in my top 3. Number 3, for me, is Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Unlike Clair Obscur, which was okay, take a bunch of great games that are already great and mix up their gameplay, Shinobi was, I'm going to breathe not just new life with just art and graphics into the Shinobi franchise. I am going to expand this franchise. I am going to up the stakes. I'm going to up the ante, because it basically took Shinobi, which was sort of like a run and bop kind of game, very much like a sort of like one of the slower, stiffer, unless you were like running run and bop games of the past, where you just kind of like run, throw a throwing knife, and then just kind of move forward. And it added this whole combat system to it. Now, some of the levels are a bit long, but there's generous checkpoints and instant fast travel. But yeah, this game, obviously, I don't need to say anything about the way it looks. It looks incredible. It sounds incredible. You got T. Lopes and you got Yuzo Koshiro on deck, for the soundtrack, which is great. And what it did is it added a whole massive combat system on top of crazy platforming challenges, where the first games had platforming, but they were wonky platforming in the old Shinobis, and this one is like really good platforming with crazy, almost like Celeste or other like indie platformer crazy challenges. Shinobi Art of Vengeance, it to me is the best damn Shinobi game ever made. It plays the best, it controls the best, it feels the best, it looks the best, it sounds the best. This was like, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take whatever, I'm gonna take the tune of Shinobi and I'm gonna crank this motherfucker to 11. Absolutely, I love this game. At the end of it, I was just like in awe. There is one specific tiny optional area where the platforming challenge was insane. and almost I'd almost argue maybe not greatly designed, but you all know what it is. But that wasn't even necessary. And again, this was just an incredible game, incredible experience, incredible combat system. Just did everything, just took Shinobi and made it. It made the Shinobi game your 10-year-old brain saw in your head. If you were a kid in the 90s and you were looking at Shinobi in the arcade or on the Genesis, Mega Drive, or everywhere else, and this is the game you saw in your head. This is the dopest shit ever kind of game. This is what you saw in your head as a kid growing up. This brought Shinobi. This made Shinobi one of the best fucking franchises that Sega has. I love the game for it. This was absolutely phenomenal experience. Loved this game almost the whole way through. So Shinobi Art of Vengeance #3 for me. Number 2, since we're already there, pretty similar. Also, the other half of the Streets of Rage 4 developers, and with Guard Crush Games, and that is Absalom. Shinobi kind of revitalized a franchise. Absalom revitalizes a genre. Now, there's been a lot of beat 'em ups, so I can't really say revitalizes, but like Shinobi, what Shinobi did for its franchise, this does for the whole damn genre. There's been way too many roguelikes already, but the combination of beat 'em up and roguelite works so well here, and a big part of that is that just the basic raw mechanics of this beat 'em up also work. With your arcana magic, your light attack, heavy attack, and it has a dash dodge / parry mechanic. So you have mobility options within it just naturally, and then you get all these editabilities, and it's doing roguelike correctly where you can kind of make anything work for you. You don't get like absolutely 100% screwed on runs. I've had runs where I thought I was screwed, and then I did way better than I thought I would. But yeah, Absalom is a game that's like, okay, it looks great. Gareth Coker does the soundtrack from same composer from Ori, one of the best soundtracks of the year. Just an absolutely amazing game, and you can you could play it start to finish, co-op or single player, and it's just as good either way, maybe even better. Obviously probably better. It is better, come on, who am I kidding? It's way better to play this game, it's way better to play this game with Nadia than playing it by myself. I don't even think I have played it by myself, so I can't even say it's a good experience by myself. I maybe play like one run by myself. Anyways, this game is insane. So fucking good. I was kind of like, yeah, this game's cool too, because there were so many games. Dotemu and Sega were just killing it this year, because they had Marvel Cosmic Invasion and they had Ninja Gaiden Rage Bound, and then they had this, and I was just kind of like, oh yeah, and this game looks kind of cool too, but being the original IP, you don't realize, you don't see in the midst of the Summer Games Fest that like, oh no, this is the shit. Like, this is like really, really, really good, like really damn good. Doesn't quite have the insane amount of dialogue branches as say Hades does, but I also think that doesn't really matter in the long run. It's still got an interesting story. It's still fun, even if it doesn't have quite the density and lore that say Hades does. But it's also a beat 'em up, because like when you die in Absalom, you don't feel defeated the way you do in Hades. You're very much like, all right, I'm gonna get back up. Give me one more round. I want my run back right now. So again, not even not an expensive game, but a game that's going to keep you entertained for many, 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 many hours. And just like with other things like Hades, even beating the game isn't beating the game, because then there's always something extra to do, something added in. Like the game just keeps going a little further. Loved this game. This game is absolutely one of the best games of the year. You got to play Absalom if you've ever had. This is basically whatever Sega's doing with the Golden Axe on their revival projects. They're in trouble, because this game, like Shinobi, is the Shinobi you thought you saw in your head. This is the Golden Axe you wish you got, which takes Golden Axe and Capcom's Dungeons and Dragons beat 'em ups and Hades, and it just kind of again does for the genre what's never been done before, and basically ups the bar. This raises the bar. So Streets of Rage 4 already raised the bar super high, and now we have Absalom, which now just raised it way beyond even that. So it's kind of like crazy to think we got something that just I just took the genre by storm, and I just made, and maybe in a way this is maybe the best game of the year. I know for Digital Foundry it was, and I kind of agree with them. I get it. This is just, man, this is one of those games where it's like, yeah, we're in 2025, and a belt scroller side scrolling beat 'em up game is absolutely one of, if not the best games of the year. But yeah, this is just the best in the genre kind of thing, like crazy good game. If you haven't played it, because it's a new IP, I know there's hesitation there, but trust me, this is as good as beat 'em ups will ever get. Until maybe there's an Absalom 2 or something. But yeah, I loved this game. And that does lead me to my number one, which, if you know me, I've been saying it already, and that is, I hate the name so much, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Like a Pirate was right there. I have no idea why they didn't go for it, but yeah, Yakuza is a long-running series. There's been 8, 9 mainline games and many spin-offs and remakes and remasters and what have you. And they even switched genres up a little bit. But yeah, my number one game of the year was Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and I'm going to refer to it as Like a Pirate from this point forward because of I want to. In whatever short amount of time the dev team for this game, which I believe was people who did Man Who Erased His Name, God, another long title, whatever short amount of time they made this game, they somehow outclassed every other 3D pirate-based video game with just a really good, easy to understand, easy, fun to use naval combat, and then shipboarding. And the other thing they did is they took the real-time combat of the past Yakuza games, and they finally started adding some sauce into it, and mostly by having aerial combos and stuff like that, along with the style switching. They've had style switching, but they've never had like crazy aerial combat. But yeah, this game kind of does everything. I've never laughed so hard on a game. I've never been so wonderfully entertained by a video game. Like just a game just made me smile, made me laugh as hard as this game has. And I loved every minute of it because it just balances this really insanely goofy, okay, we're we're pirate ships, but not like modern day pirates. We're like 1700s pirates, but we're in modern day, and we have like there's a place called Madlantis, where there's a pirate coliseum where you have ship to ship battles. There's a plot line that involves a lost pirate treasure, and like a sort of fountain of youth kind of thing going for it. And then there's a kraken, and then there's all these other things going on in Honolulu as well. And there's island hopping treasure, island hopping, treasure hunting, Coliseum, pirate ship Coliseum battles, like this game and everything. It opens with a musical number in the vein of Muppets Treasure Island and ends with a dance sequence straight out of a DreamWorks movie. This is a video game, knows what it is, knows it's both absurd and crazy, but also can have fun, heartfelt moments as well. And it feels good to play. The combat finally feels fun. You assemble a crew, and then you organize them and maximize their potential. You send them into raid battles with you. You fight alongside them, level them all up. Like there's so much content in this game on top of the usual content of classic Sega arcade games, Sega Master System games, and then they put like crazy pirate spins on old classics like the batting cages and stuff. And you just have the best game of the year. You just have the best game of the year. Like this is the most fun, the most entertaining, this put the most smile on my face. Like I don't smile very often while playing video games, but Like a Pirate is a game that just made me grin from ear to ear and chuckle, and just this. I love this game. There's so much you can do. Some of it is pulled from other Yakuza games, like taking trying to get taking the Sega trivia quiz and doing the other quiz for other worldwide stuff. Like, the game also really works because the main character gets amnesia at the beginning of the game, is starting completely fresh. You can play this game and not have played any Yakuza game, so it's completely standalone in a way almost no Yakuza outside like 0 or 1 really is. And you don't really have to worry about anything. Like it's just wonderful. It's beautiful. I loved this game. I recommend this game wholeheartedly. is the most fun I had with any video game this year. Just looking back on it, and again, the music being what it is. With this, again, we have crazy, like I said, like classic movie musical style opening number, dance, dance music number ending, all the hidden Sega music in it, all the other crazy battle music. This is the best game I played this year. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Can't wait to see what RGG Studios comes up with next. But this was the most fun I had playing video games this year, bar none. So those are my top 10 games of the year, which are going to be different from everyone else's, and I'm okay with that. But yeah, just let me know what you guys think. Let me see what everyone else's top 10 and how many other, and really, frankly, how many people like the game more than Expedition 33 this year. That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, there's my top 10 list. Let me know what you think. Oh my God, is the game really $24? Wow. The real Goaty was the friends we made along the way. Yeah, this was my. I'm gonna do also. This is my lists, which I guess you can't see from there. But I also have disappointments. I have two big disappointments of the year at the bottom. 24 on Steam, PSN like 3 days after I got it for 30 on Amazon. It's $24, so the best game of the year is $24. Hell yes, let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna drop a top 10 anticipating. I don't know if I have 10 I don't know if there's 10 games I'm that anticipating that much. I'm very much kind of like, I'm not in a game crisis of what am I looking forward to coming out. I'm more in a I don't know what I'm that excited. I mean, I'm excited for Resident Evil 9, obviously, to play Leon. Pragmata's looking really good. I don't really care about GTA. Fable, I hope. I hope Fable's good. Yeah, Romeo Must Die. Yeah, Romeo Must Die, definitely. I can't believe this game's on. Pirate Yakuza's on sale for $26. There you go. You should all jump in on it. Yeah, I guess Wolverine. I guess. Whatever happened to Fable? Fuck, I don't even know, dude. Like, I'm sure it's still coming out because it's probably way too far in development to get canceled at this point. But Kiwami 3 Dark Ties, absolutely. We don't know when Stranger Than Heaven's coming out. I don't know if Stranger Than Heaven's even coming out next year. We actually don't know. Hope it does. Hope it does. Romeo Must Die for me. You mean Romeo's a dead man? Oh yeah, definitely Avatar Legends, the fighting game for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I hope Fable comes out. I don't know. Marvel Tokon, if they had some more damn characters. Well, again, I keep trying to tell y'all, Marvel Tokon ain't the big game y'all think it is. Keep telling you, it ain't that game, chat. I don't think everyone's looking for a Tokon. I mean, I think people are looking for Marvel 3. They're not gonna get it. They're just not gonna get it in Marvel Tokon. Yeah, this is the intro, by the way, to this isn't how the game starts, but it is how it like gets going. Fable was greenlit in mid-2017 according to European leaked. I knew that stress actually. Well, believe what you want. I heard about in 2017 that Fable was greenlit. I'll even add to that. It was greenlit because of the success of Horizon. Ooh, Phantom Blade Zero is definitely top of my most anticipated. And it's got Samoa Joe. It's so good. And yeah, oh, he didn't have the Majima. He didn't record Majima in his chair after that. But yeah, I guess Yakuza 3. I'll hold off playing any new Yakuza games till Yakuza 3. Yeah. I think right now it's like Phantom Blade Zero, Avatar Legends. Those are my most anticipated game. Any Nintendo? I think 26 every week for Nintendo. I don't think it's off to a great start. I think Nintendo's planning has padded their 2026 calendar as if this was 2018 or 2019. And I think Nintendo's maybe miscalculating a little bit on where the system is in its lifespan and more importantly, where the world is on an economic stage. This is not the time for, our first 6 months are pretty much, here's a port update of Animal Crossing. It's really just good for people who already have it and a Switch 1. Here's a Yoshi game. Here's a Mario Tennis, a Yoshi game that was seemingly made for 5-year-olds. A port of Mario Wonder. I'm trying to remember what the other one was, but Rhythm Heaven and Tamagotchi Life. Like, I think they're vastly underestimating a little bit. Like, okay, well, Tamagotchi Life, Rhythm Heaven Groove, Animal Crossing updates, all on Switch 1, giving people no reason to upgrade to a Switch 2. We don't know when Fire Emblem's coming out, and it's probably like July or August anyways. But yeah, I think Nintendo's kind of not... I think they're underestimating how bad things are going to be for most people in this coming year. Where like okay, you need to get that sort of like I gotta fucking have this system. I don't think anyone's going to look at Yoshi and the Amazing Book and go, I need to drop $500 like fucking yesterday. I think that's really their problem. Again, these are not even bad games, but maybe not the best time so young into a system's life. I don't think these are the system sellers. These are like the system retainers. This is like, oh, these Mario Tennis, and shit, I'm trying to even think of what they even have that's like unique to the system, because like one of the big things next year for them is the Virtual Boy release on the NSO. Who gives a fuck? Like, Hope Dustbloods. I think Dustbloods will be good. I mean, it will be a big FromSoft game. Hold on. One sec. Yeah, I think Nintendo has a lot to sort of live up to in the February Direct, and I don't think they know that. I'm trying to think of what is. Let me look this. Let me see. Look it up. Here, let's join in together. Games going to switch to 2026. Animal Crossing with the free update again. Like, this is good for people who have Animal Crossing. Why would any like you're giving them no reason to upgrade. I don't even think Animal Crossing gets a frame rate bump. It's literally just a resolution bump. That's why it's $5. Remaking. I mean, it's a port. It's not a Nintendo game. Not a Nintendo game. Mario Tennis, which is like, I guess, Mario Tennis Aces came out pretty early in the Switch's life, but like again, Switch 1 had an incredible first year, where Switch 2 I feel is a scramble of its first year. This game's pretty good. It's good that, again, Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Requiem, it's like nice seeing that like big third-party games are coming out day and date with their system finally. What the fuck? like, geez. Like this is the most, you Pokemon fans. What the fuck, Pokemon fans? I can't believe this is a Switch 2 exclusive and it looks like a fucking GameCube game. I think this game actually looks way better than we thought, but again, Capcom game, 007, whatever. But yeah, we're talking Nintendo here. Tamagotchi Life: Living the Dream, which is a Switch 1 game, not even a cross-gen, just a Switch 1 game. Who cares? Like, this feels like so late in the game. Yeah, Yoshi Amazing, but again, this is just not the thing that you're gonna get people to want to drop $500 on. And then some point you're gonna get. These are your two kind of like, okay, these are like, this is where the enthusiast gamers are gonna be interested. Fortune's Weave, which, my issue being that it still looks like a Switch 1 game. But hey, at least it's what you need right now. My fucking head's getting a little big here. And then Duskblood's obviously the big one. This is like the big $500. This is the big system seller for the enthusiast crowd right now. But yeah, like this is a big one. This is a big one. This is for like your early adopter crowd, which frankly, if these two were, say, instead of fucking Kirby Air Riders and Hyrule Warriors and maybe even Metroid Prime 4, if it was these two games like November, December, like this was November, this was December this year, this would make Switch 2 like a huge fucking talk of the town, because the enthusiast crowd would fucking be there. Because like the casual crowd was already there from fucking Mario Kart World and Bonanza and Pokemon Zazaza. I don't think Kirby Air Riders did much even outside of Japan from all accounts. It's doing good. It's doing fine. But I mean, if this replaced Hyrule Warriors and this replaced Metroid Prime 4, you'd have a baller first year. You'd have people definitely you'd have those enthusiast 25 plus crowd looking for a fucking Switch 2. But they're who the fuck knows when into 26. Orbitals. I thought this game looked good. Yeah, and again, more third party. Great Circle. Great Circle. Also coming to Switch 2. Yay, whatever. But yeah, like it's definitely one of those like oh yeah, this game was kind of fun. And then Elden Ring Tarnished Edition, whatever the fuck. But yeah, like right now, I think Nintendo's first party outlook for 26 is maybe misguided. The best way to say it. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, this is a small image. I'll have to expand it, but yeah, like I don't know, man. This is not much. This is oh yeah, I definitely well I mean, assuming it comes out, but yeah, like this isn't much. And they for some reason they still don't have Duskbloods on here. Fire Emblem Duskbloods like it's something, right? The thing is they're not even like mainline games like Tamagotchi and Rhythm Heaven, I guess, are mainline games technically, but like, maybe you could say Yoshi's a mainline game and Fire Emblem is, but this is something. Some Steam sales diving. Hey, apparently Pirate Yakuza is on sale for $24, which you should definitely get it if it is. It's just yeah, it's not the oh my god I need to drop $500 kind of console lineup right now. I just isn't like. Trying to see if I can find that screenshot. I probably can't, but. All right. Well, I said to do. Hold on, I'm trying to pull something up here, but being stupid. Just one of these like. Having an effect. I mean, just this. This is your Switch 2 exclusive. Like This is what we're okay with. Not even a Switch 1 game, a Switch 2 game. Like, it came, and we can't even entirely blame Game Freak here. This is Koei Tecmo. Like, what the fuck? Like, how do you Pokemon fans have no standards whatsoever? How do you live like this? How is this okay? How is this okay after you spend $450 minimum for a new console? How? This one just blows my fucking mind. And they can't even put it on a cartridge. Fucking God. Oh my God. I still wondering. I mean, I don't even think it was. I think it was just a Switch 1 game and they just made it a Switch 2 exclusive just so they could say they had an exclusive. Pretty sure it was just sort of like, we really want to move on to the next console now. Like, but yeah, that's gonna be like their big March game, I believe. Should sell Pokemon games for 150 per game in the future. I mean, they technically do. They just split it into 2 different games. It's the same game, but if you want every Pokemon at the start of a generation, you got to spend 150 bucks. So, you know. I hate that the Pokebros went to the One Piece card game. What? What is the story here? You also got to buy the DLC twice. Oh my God, they're such assholes. So if you buy the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, you have to buy one for each version. If you have Scarlet and Violet, it doesn't work on both. It only works on specifically one. So you have to buy the DLC twice. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Despite it being the exact same content. Damn. Once again, I'm asking how Pokemon fans, come on now. Have some standards, man. Alright, chat, hold on. This is why I like Pal World. Oh yeah, speaking of, like, my 2 most disappointing games of the year. My biggest 2 biggest disappointments, Mario Kart World and Monster Hunter Wilds. I think Monster Hunter Wilds is the bigger disappointment. Mario Kart World is just sort of like, I expected just more from your launch game. Monster Hunter Wilds is Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, the honeymoon phase of Monster Hunter is fucking over. Like everything, just about every aspect of Wilds was kind of like, kind of disappointing. Time Stranger, oh my god, Time Stranger sold well, yeah. But yeah, we'll be doing that next month. I'm gonna be doing we'll be doing a sub goal to get me to play Digimon Time Stranger. Wilds Director didn't even end the last video with happy hunting. Why? Did he have an apology video? What is the goal to get you to play Outer Wilds? I don't know. How many people want to see me play Outer Wilds? Can I resub to get you to play Dark Souls 3? Dark Souls 3? Oh, sub goals now, yeah. Do you even like part 3, Dan? Nah, Dan's already taken me through Bloodborne. The levels reuse a lot of assets. Oh boy. Sounds like a Namco game, alright. Code Vein 2 and Neo 3. I played Neo 3 on the demo. It was more Neo, but Neo 3 is definitely they're definitely trying to make their Elden Ring moment with Neo 3. It's Neo in an open world. That's definitely what it was. How that's going to work in the end for Neo, I don't really know. I'm not really big on Souls combat. I'm not big on animation lock, as I've since learned the term. I can feel the stutters already. Goddamn. Hey man, it's not like Neo games are made on Unreal 5, are they? That's not what Koei Tecmo uses for their game engines, is it? There goes the assistant, personal digital assistant. All right, chat. I am like strangely starving, so I'm going to be back. I'll gotta let you listen to this random music playlist, and I'll be back, and we'll start up Trails of Weebury. a 7 out of 10 game. That's what I feel about Trails right now. Yeah, this part of the stream is definitely going to be muted in the VOD. I did not know this was on. It's going to be in the rando playlist. I like Souls 3 that much first because it was burnt out from playing 1. Yeah, because it was a really quick turnaround. Excuse me, chat, but I stuffed my face. Now, Jester, what did you learn from that? I was just saying, like, hey, it's never too late to discover a new favorite. Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear Dark Souls 1 has the best world of life. Dark Souls 1 is like a rat maze or Metroid. Bad boss placement. Cool Dog, how did you get through Yakuza 5? Yeah, 5 lost me with the 5 lost me with the idle shit. Yeah. How did you get through 5? I don't know. 5 killed it. Idle Haruka, so I was like, oh. I'm surprised, Dan. Would have thought at some point you would have given it a whirl. Well, I mean, surely you must have gotten bored at some point and were like, yeah, why don't I just play this one game I didn't play? Yeah, and here people, I hear Yakuza fans are not fans of Yakuza 6. I see. First Dragon Engine game. All the growing pains. End of a character saga, but it wasn't. Shit, I don't even think 8 is the end of Kiryu Saga. How stiff the characters move. No. Slowly but surely we'll get to Kiwami 6. Until he's 90. What's up, Dylan? Dylan, did you go to the anime convention? Yeah, was it fun? Did you guys have a good time? I can't believe you guys went all the way to Orlando. Didn't hit up any of the parks there. It seems wild to me. My therapist took me to an anime convention a month ago. Interesting. Too much money. Hey, fair. Fair enough. There's a line of the best. Has the most. Has the biggest. But yeah, like here's a funny thing for you chat. Like was it a year? I want to say a year or 2 years ago almost. I looked it up because I was thinking of like funny thing. I was thinking a year or two ago, I was like, oh, maybe for a surprise birthday present, I'll surprise Nadia and I'll surprise her with a trip to Orlando. And I looked it up. The flight there, the round trip flight and the lodging for flying to Orlando, getting a hotel, staying in that hotel, and then getting on a plane and leaving, that was cheaper than 2 days at Disney World and 1 day at Universal. That was cheaper. It was cheaper to fly across the country, lodge for like 4 nights, and fly home than it was to buy a 2 day ticket to Disneyland, Disney World, and a 1 day ticket to Universal. But Park Hopper, of course. But and I was like, oh, okay, never mind. How much was SeaWorld? Oh, I didn't look there. I just looked at Disney and Universal. I'm sure Busch Gardens is cheaper. I'm sure it is. Are Orlando parks better than California's? Okay. Single park. Because the one thing you got to understand about Orlando is both with Disney and with Universal, they have multiple parks, right? If you're not in the country or just not near the best coast of or America's dick, aka Florida. Cheaper to go to Japan. It's getting there. Problem is airfare to Japan is really expensive. Lodging in theme parks are not expensive in Japan, but the airfare is, so. For a singular park, for one single one park, one ticket, Disneyland is the best fucking theme park in the United States. For a singular park, I will stand on that hill. If you want the most singular bang for your buck, Disneyland is probably the best park. Like, best deal is probably something like Cedar Point, maybe Dollywood. I've never been there. Never been to Dollywood, but like for a deal, like, park is big, has a lot, but it's very cheap to get in. Probably something like Cedar Point. Probably your best deal park. That's in like Ohio. But yeah, for a singular theme park, for theming, Disneyland is the best. The problem is that, okay, there's 6 Disney parks, right? 4 in Florida, 2 in California. Disneyland is like the greatest bang for your buck, like the best singular park. But the park next door to it, that you walk right from one park to the other, California Adventure, piece of shit. It's just a sad little nothing burger of a park that they charge the same price where it makes no sense. Florida has like 2 pretty good parks and like 2 decent enough parks. So it's like the 4 parks in Florida together are greater than Disneyland as a whole. But there is no singular park in Orlando, no singular Disney park that's better than singular Disneyland. Yeah, Epcot is very nice. Very nice. Not a ton of rides. There's a cool Guardians. There's a really good Guardians right there now. And the end. The Ratatouille ride's not bad. It's a fun little family ride. I wouldn't bother going on fucking Frozen, so... Oh, and Test Track if it's open, I guess. I don't know if Mission to Mars is even still running. No, USA is not pretty cheap right now. Trust me, it's not. It isn't. Mission to Mars has been down for years. Really? Fuck, they never repaired it? Look, I'm just saying, if you're Canadian and you wanted to visit the US and not deal with any bullshit, California is a pretty good place. If you got the money. If you got the money. Because you could stay near Disneyland and you would have access to 4 theme parks. 3 of them right in front of you, and Universal Studios is small, but it's like doable. Hotel discounts? I don't know why you love arguing with me so much, but I'm sure those hotel discounts were the equivalent of Home Depot saying something was on sale, but it was actually more than its price before the Black Friday sale. I mean, if it is cheaper, take advantage of it. I mean, it's raining right now, so it's probably not that much fun, but... Universal is actually movie studios, I guess. They barely film shit here anymore, though. I mean, we got a nice little Nintendo Land. We got a pretty good hairy butthole land. You know, if your conscience allows you. You know, Aiden, that used to be true. I don't know if that's even true anymore. Although it was probably true this week. Like, this was probably one of the worst Christmases Disneyland ever had, I imagine. It must have been, like, actually, I wonder... Nah, it's already too late. I was gonna say, let me check the ride times, but I don't even know if they're open until midnight right now. They started scaling back. They started closing at 11 at Disneyland, which is really unfortunate. Well, kind of. My old ass can't even do till midnight anymore. It used to be midnight. Let me find out. What was worse, Harry Potter or Dragon Quest? Harry Potter because it's bigger. No, it's still open. Disneyland is actually open right now. Okay, 25 minutes for Space Mountain right now. 5 for everything. 5 for Matterhorn. Oh my god. I would fucking... Nadia would not want this, but I would love to go on Matterhorn right now. 11:17 at night on a cold, rainy night on the Matterhorn. It's walk-on. I would do it. I would absolutely do it. I'm insane. 20 for Thunder? Oh my god. 20 for Thunder, 20 for Indy. Yeah. Yeah, Indy, you're inside the temple the whole time, though, so it's a good queue to be stuck in. 13 still for Haunted Mansion. Rise is shut down for the night. Says it does. 10 minutes for Smuggler's Ass. What's Cars look like? Oh, Cars is down. Oh yeah, Cars is down for the night. I don't even think they run Cars in the rain. Same with Incredicoaster. Oh no, what am I talking about? California closes it early. They're already shut down for the night. 25 for Space though, still. 20 for Thunder with a 20% chance to get struck by thunder. Hey, it's part of the experience. I did. Thank you, Ghost Pepper. I got the bird. I like the bird. I like it. Yeah, I would do it. I would actually be like, yeah, let's go on Matterhorn. It's walk on. Matterhorn's not walk on often. Yeah, like cold, rainy day. Yes, I would do it. I'm kind of dumb. I got Batman Beyond. Dude, have you seen my clips? They added ragdoll physics to Fortnite. It's amazing. Do they still have the Pixar ride? I don't know. They have multiple Pixar rides. They're going to shut down Mike or Monsters Inc., but that got delayed, so it'll be open a little bit longer, probably till May now. It was going to shut down next month, but... Oh, I like that one. It's nice, but like, yeah, they're turning that area into Avatar Land, which I'm a little upset about because I wanted them to reserve the bigger space for an Avatar Land. I can wait, but no. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like we're getting a fucking boat ride. We'll have a boat ride with Payakan in our Avatar Land out here. I wanted Flight of Passage, damn it. Bash something. Maybe. There's a Doctor Doom ride in Universal Islands of Adventures. It's just a drop ride. I think it sticks you up on you sit on a chair around a tower and it takes you up and just drops you. Don't tell that to the Baymax called. Hey, that's Mater's Junkyard Jamboree. They literally took a ride that we had, repainted it, rethemed it. It's the same ride. And then became like a fucking thing because Japan made a dance out of it. Of course they made a dance out of it. Yeah, Dr. Doom Fearfall, yeah. You know, they'll have here. Dude, our Avengers campus is so fucking sad at California Adventure. It's this tiny little area of the park, and it's like... It's like the biggest whoop-de-doo. We have this really shitty Spider-Man ride that's just a Kinect game. And then they repainted Hollywood Tower of Terror to be Guardians of the Galaxy. It like kind of, sort of, barely worked. You can definitely tell it's a retheme though. We're supposed to get like a Tony Stark sit in a seat and get spun around in the air in one stationary ride, and then we're supposed to get like a Star Tours version of Avengers. Like the thing beneath room. I don't think most Marvel properties in general have the oomph. I don't think they have the visual appeal. I think that's the problem with Avengers Campus. Because it's like, oh, it's like an industrial area that Tony Stark took over. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, I want to come to see brick walls and steel beams. That's what. Great theming, real Marvel. Like I was saying, if they wanted to like turn Grizzly Peak into Wakanda, sure, because Wakanda has like a visual identity. The fucking Avengers Campus does not. Like, they can't make it themed to one Marvel property because then it's like, oh, it's limiting what Marvel property we're doing because Marvel is so many properties, and it's like, and some of them, like Spider-Man, are street-level superheroes in New York, and it's like, that's why you don't bother. That's why they shouldn't bother with the Marvel Avengers Campus. Like, it just... You can put a live ever. I don't know. I think they were crunched on space because they all they did was they took a little, it was Bugs Land, like Bugs Life Land, and they turned that into Avengers Campus, and that was already small. It was Bugs Life. Who gives a shit, right? And again, the other problem is Marvel doesn't have a consistent identity. There's no consistent visual through all of Marvel Comics. You got space, you got fantasy, you got mystic, Asian mystic, folklore. You got modern day, ye old past. You got, potential future. You got deep space shit. Like, there's no visual identity in Marvel. Didn't see a fall on what new roller coaster? What are you talking about? It's better Bugs Life or Ants? Well, I'm gonna say Bugs Life because Ants has Woody Allen and Sylvester Stallone in it, so I'm gonna go with Bugs Life. Yes, but he is the villain, not the hero. So he at least has the right role. But that's also true. It's Kevin Spacey versus Sylvester Stallone and Woody Allen. Oi. No, I haven't really watched much One Piece from where I stopped. He hasn't played any games, so any Xenoblade game, so yeah. They should just do a Spider-Man. Spider-Man Land would be boring. It's just New York. That's the problem. What is Spider-Man's visual identity? New York. Wow. Transitioning into being a seasonal show is kind of nuts. I don't understand that. Like, I don't know why. What do you mean seasonal? Like, I thought it already was seasons. Yeah, maybe they could do Genosha or whatever. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, I think they don't want to do a single Marvel Land. They want their Marvel Land to be multi-Marvel properties, but how do you do that? The answer is you don't. You can't. One Piece used to be a weekly show all throughout the year. New episode. Is that why it was animated so shitty? So, Dylan, back with your Prime. Yeah, I see that it did get better, but I mean, I don't think my part of the deal, which maybe I'll get to someday, was that I would get to where I would get to the end of Alabasta. The animation still wasn't good. I mean, we're literally getting that, but it's an Avengers ride with King Thanos. That's what they're literally building in Disney California Adventure right now. Yeah, he got shit going on. It's fine, whatever. And maybe we were too stubborn. Both of us are too stubborn to quit, and but too lazy to finish. Been in Arrive Dev Hell, yep. That's Disney's problem. Like, I don't understand why they let shit slow them down. They need more. They need more initiative. They need more like drive to get shit done. They need to find a way to like cut through the red tape and the bullshit, whatever's holding them up. Fire some people. I mean, fire some executives. Fire the high up people if you need to. I mean, if I was Iger, I know he's not even necessarily, there's a person in charge of Parks Imagineering, but whoever, if I was Iger, I'd be like, why does shit take so long? And I know a lot of it's like, well, we gotta get permits, we gotta get approval. It seemed like, then why aren't you beating on City Hall's door every fucking day until you have those permits? I did see the old animatronics. I did see them. They made a pretty good little robot out of that fuckface McGee. Higher problem is it's sort of like there is a lot of approvals, there is a lot of red tape, there is a lot of things that go into it. It's just that it's like when something is so fucking annoying to do, it just slows down the drive, if you will. Yeah, getting permits is part of the city, but part of me is almost like, okay, yes, but like we're talking about a ride that's not going to be super tall. You're going to need to get permits like any building is going to need to get, but it's kind of like, you know what the ride is going to be, so just go fucking get the building whatever permit for it and go do it. Like, and frankly, I would for all the contractors you bring in for construction, I'd be like, here's the deal, like, you have X amount of time to build it. If you can't, you're fucking fired from the project. In fact, I would even have them sign a thing where it's like, you get the project done by this amount of time, or you lose X percentage of the payout, or you get it done ahead of schedule and you get a bonus. And you get more money for doing it quicker. I don't know. Like, there's ways around this. There was in Las Vegas, there was a huge chunk of the freeway, of all the freeway off-ramps going into Las Vegas, that were under construction for like over a decade, like 2 decades, 20 years or something crazy like that. And what happened is this mayor got in, and he found out that basically the contractors had been running basically a corruption racket with city permits or whatever, where they would just keep saying, "Oh, the project's us running into issues. It needs to be. We need an extension. We need an extension. We need an extension." The contractors were doing it on purpose to, like, basically job security, to keep themselves employed and working on a job forever and never finishing it. Some mayor got in and was like, "All right, fuck this," and basically made it a law on the city law that, like, you have to finish within, like, a certain amount of time or whatever, like, and he made it this where the law was that if the contractors were over time or whatever, they would actually have broken a law and they would owe fines. They were going to have to start owing fines for being catastrophically late on a project. And what was taking 2 decades got finished in 6 months. They immediately finished faster than the original plan was, and then we're just, all right, we're done. But yeah, that's getting into, like, the weeds of the issue. No, I never saw the Star Trek. I don't think I've ever even been in the stratosphere. I mean, they're probably hiring people outside of LA because of all the fucking Gestapo. It's all right. I'm sure it's nothing like it used to be, but yeah. Skytree used to be that too. I've never been up Skytree, but I've been to Skytree Town many times. Well, 3 or 4, at least 3. All right, hold on, chat. I'm gonna give me some drink. And we're gonna start up trails this time for real. Yeah, Vegas is slowly dying. Well, because Vegas doesn't understand that what do Americans value more than anything? Deals. And when the mob sold Vegas to corporate America, and corporate America doesn't care about customers, they only care about shareholders and year-over-year profits and dividends. That is the only thing they care about. They have no fucking care whatsoever about the customer base at all, just year-over-year dividends. And shitification took root hardcore, and now Vegas sucks. And the mob ran it better because they were about the customer, and they knew deals were what drive Vegas, not uber rich premium suites. Like, it's like Vegas only tries to entice whales, and it's like whales. There's so many more fish than whales in the ocean. Actually, Circus Circus is apparently one of the only stable resorts in Vegas right now. Quite the opposite, actually. Oh, they're not the best. The Circus Circus is a shitty hotel. Like, it is the bottom tier of bottom tier, but it's cheap. This is why it's the only reason it's surviving. Yeah, Circus Circus is stable because it's cheap. You know, Cool Dog, just to be real though, I actually haven't seen much in the way of Gestapo activity in LA for a while now, actually. Yeah, I think they've been spread thin to a lot of other places, honestly. Because remember, they met the most resistance here than anywhere. Well, yeah, I mean, people hate you. Even the police are not even, and I see this in other places too, but like the police are not even really wanting to work with them either. All right, let's play this game because I know Zyber's been waiting for a really long time for me to actually start up and start playing Trails in the Sky. So I'm sorry for keeping you away from the game. So my apologies. I know it means a lot to you. So we're gonna boot up the Trails in the Sky. I don't know. I don't know how there hasn't been worse things that have happened, honestly. I don't even know who Tom Lyon is.
いいぜ顔を洗って出直してきな決めんぞ顔を洗って出直してきな
Well, I think Chaos Master the Mask is coming off because the lie that they constantly tell you, because everything's a grift. The lie is they need you to get afraid about something and angry at something, and something needs to be done to restore something. Which is all just basically like a smaller version of you're a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. The reason all the problems, the reason you don't have money, the reason you don't have jobs, the reason you don't have a house, blah blah blah, is the evil immigrants. Problem is, when they're in control, when they're in power, when they're rounding up people and deporting them like the Nazis they fucking are, and suddenly life isn't getting any better for anyone except the uber fucking rich grifters at the top who are spewing the lies, the mask is coming off. Now they're kind of realizing, oh shit, there was nothing to... Of course there wasn't anything to this. You fell for the dumbest fucking thing in the book.
急ぐぞ
The grift only works until you give the grifter everything they want, and then suddenly you got nothing, and it's like, how did he rip me up? Yes. Yes, dummy, you were sold a lie, and you ate it up. It's all good until you get stabbed in the back. And they will fucking eat their own. We watched it happen. We watched it happen in real time. Even their nuttiest, stupidest, fucking wackoest, conspiracy theory eating bullshittest people stabbed them in the back too. Oopsie doodle.
って出直してきな。
Adds up real quick. Oh, I know, Soapy. I went grocery shopping today.
ザコが群がってやがる。
Without eating food, I'd mess it. Not just the USA. Why do you think that is?
Good job, Yoshua.
Trade war Indian? No. Couldn't be. Fuck.
まとめて蹴散らすわ。覚悟。やー。お返しよ。
No, I'm not playing my top tens. I thought about it, but no.
よーし。上出来。
I mean, it's not more
その
expensive.
調子だ、エステル。
Lightning, I hate to inform you, but your country is a cold climate. You cannot grow or raise vast amounts of livestock on the level that the United States of America can. So you, in Canada, like everyone fucking else, imports a ton of food from America, or did, until our fucking orange idiot decided to fucking tax people around the world unnecessarily so he could pretend to give bonus checks to people down here. Maybe we'll get it next year someday. We'll get $1,000 or $2,000. Whoopity doo. We'll get a month's worth of we'll get a month's worth of rent, you know, for all of this shit, for fucking putting the entire world's economy in the toilet.
怪しい箱ね。気をつけないと。難敵です。気をつけましょう。これはどう？ああ、旋風スタイよ。蹴散らすわよ。お任せください。ああ。よーし、上出来。
Alright, level her up. That's good.
絶好調だね。
Why do you think land and equipment is skyrocketing? Like, why do you think, again, like, fucking follow not the money, but the manufacturing?
「良さそうな宝箱だ。
Oh, really? I'm getting... Really?
逃げ場はねえぜ。 顔を洗って出直してきな。
お手並み拝見です。
No way.
ざけんな。掴んだぜ。逃げ場はねえぜ。そこだ。逃がされ。合わせろ。
おまけよ。
顔を洗って出直してきな。
Damn, Game Project, that sucks. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. His whole fucking, oh shit, I fucked over the cattle ranchers in America. Let me give you a government handout. Wait, isn't that socialism? You literally, so we're doing socialism? You know, at the, or kind of technically a version of communism? I thought you guys were against that.
バレンヌ灯台。ルーアン氏が管理する施設だな。確か灯台森のおっさんが一人で。
でも先生たちを襲った人たち
となると
見たところ、とにかく入ってみるしかない。はい。
ちょっと待ちな。
この目で確かめたい。誰がどうして先生たちを。だから
そうは言ってもな。
ああ、もうケチなこの場所が分かったのは
彼女の腕は星少なくとも
エステルさん。
勝手にしろ。だがな、相手はカルナを先頭。くれぐれも
はい。それじゃ決まりね。生き返るわ。
True zoning laws, right? New York is gonna be fine. I mean, I'm actually proud of New Yorkers, honestly. Because, like, an openly corrupt mayor with an openly corrupt person running primary who had to go independent. I'm like, or this guy. Even if he is all fucking talk and like empty promises or whatever, you got your two options were literally openly corrupt people. Like who should be our treasurer? The thief, or the guy who has a shit-eating grin, but as far as we know as of now is not a thief. Let's go with no, we're not gonna go with the thief.
Koitsu.
まさかとは思ったが。おいてめえら、こんなところで何やってやがる。おい、
アガットさん危ない。
この力。
What strength?
ディーン、てめえ。
Their eyes are all red.
上等だ。何をラリってるのか知らねえが、きついのをくれて目を覚まさせてやるぜ。
れで決める。やった。オーカ無双撃。スタンよ。
もらったぜ。
頼むわアガット。
Their new names are even loaded out, brother.
信じられない。倉庫で戦った時とは桁違いの強さじゃん。様子も変でしたし。
どうやら何者かに操る。
操られていた。
間違いない。薬品と暗示を併用した特殊な催眠誘導みたいだ。
What the fuck is mesmerism? Wait, what the fuck is... Where's Jetstream Dan? Combination of drugs and mesmerism. All will in mesmer's flame. I heard that stupid quote so much. Chat, what was the exact thing Mesmer said when you died to him? That bitch needed better material. I mean, it's like all will fall in Mesmer's flame.
.肉体的なポテンシャルも限界まで引き出されている。
もちろん相当なぎこいつは
心当たりが終わり。
なあちょいとにかくこいつらを操る。
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yes, we know. But Mesmer's flame. Yeah, Mesmer's flame. I kind of hate the storytelling in fucking FromSoft games. Like, especially like Elden Ring. Like, Elden Ring in particular, I think might be the worst. The worst, ironically, the worst told or explained FromSoft. Like, what the fuck is even going on in that game? It's like Guilty Gear levels of bullshit.
手加減している余裕。
させるかよ。イグレイスのやつまで。たくだらしがねえな。
悪いけど来るなら無力化するだけだ。
合わせろ。
行きます。
Really not hit that guy.
ジーク、そこよ。まだまだ。お願いします、ヨシュアさん。
That's a waste of my time.
ここだよエステル。
ヨシュア、お願い。
切るんだ。
体けろ。
早く。
出番だな。
それだ。
たぎるぜ。続けエステル。
ヨシュア、お願い。
頼んだよクローゼ。
Excuse me?
こんなところで。
What the hell just happened?
取った。
Thought I had more life than that. Is it really storytelling or just lore placement? It really is just lore
ど
placement.
んどん進むぞ。
合点承知よ。
Immersed with wonder for Elden Ring? There's nothing to wonder. It's always the same. Like, there's 5 games in the same fucking dark fantasy setting.
剣を向けたくありませんが
There was thing, there was powerful thing, and then people wanted a powerful thing, and then fought over powerful thing. World fell into corruption ruin. Now everything is just fucking dirt, mud, zombies, poison swamps, and zombies. What am I to be immersed in? Half the game world looking like Satan's rotten asshole? Like, ugh, I'm sorry, like what? What is there to be immersed with? Everything is dark, gray, brown, muddy, shitty.
ああ、遠慮することはね。
Gods and man grew proud and zombie apocalypse after. The end.
死なない程度に蹴散らすぞ。
I'm genuinely confused by this idea.
後で恨むんじゃねえぞ。ノッコ。
That move does like no damage.
頼みますエステルさんこれはどう覚悟やーよしよお願い どんどん行きます引き下げスタンドさあ行くよ了解ですアガットさん頼みます
I don't want to waste her. What do you got?
全力で行きましょう
させるかよ。それ。さまね。
遅い任せて
もらったぜ。
I feel like the stories in people's heads are probably better than whatever the game's hiding most of the time.
いいように利用されやがって。バカ野郎どもが。
Just like Guilty Gear. Also, that's another thing I'm kind of bored with. Like, is anyone else bored with every Elden Ring Souls game being post-apocalyptic? Not even like during the event. It's like it's always after. Like the only time we saw something like that, like felt like it was occurring during the game was Radagast or whatever the fuck. Whatever the fuck that big boss was in Elden Ring, and then the star fell. Like that was the only time it felt like shit was actually, there was like progression of story. It always is like, oh yeah, you come into the world after it's been dead and just torched and buried, and it's been like this for fucking ever. And it's like, oh. Yeah. I mean, Lies of P skirted that a little bit, but it was like right after the ensuing incident. And there was some progression.
君たちよくやってくれた。これで連中に罪をかぶせれば全ては万事解決というわけだね。
我らの仕事ぶり満足していただけたかな。
ああ、素晴らしい手際だ。念のため確認しておくが、証拠が残ることはないだろうね。
安心するがいい。
Leon, who are these people?
たとえ正気を取り戻しても、我々のことは一切覚えていない。
What kind of setting would I like to see for Souls? Inca Empire. God fucking damn it. I want an Incan Empire setting. I want rainforests. I want mountains. I want deserts. I want... I want massive Mesoamerican Incan cities, ancient cities.
そこに寝ている灯台森も
それを聞いて安心し、これであの委員長も孤児院再放火を含めた一連の事件もあのクズどもの仕業、まさに一石二鳥というものさ。
喜んでもらえて何よりだ。
しかしあんな孤児院を潰して何の得があるのやら、理解に苦しむところではあるが
まあいい、君たちには特別に教えてやろう。市長はあの土地一帯を高級別荘地にするつもりなのさ。
ほう、
風光明媚な街道沿いでルーアン市からも遠くない。
The money.
別荘地としてはこれ以上ない。そこに豪勢な屋敷を建てて国内外の富豪に売り、それが市長の。
ほう、なかなか豪勢な話だ。しかしどうして孤児院を潰す必要があるのだ。
I have a bunch of those burial grounds near me. Wait, Mesoamerican burial grounds? You have Native American burial grounds, but Mesoamerican? You do not have any. I assure you, Speeder and Greg, you have no. There are no Aztec or Nazca burial grounds near you in Illinois. I assure you. I assure you.
考えてもみたまえ。
Music is spooky. I'm not one for history. God damn it, speedrun. Well, you've come to the right stream.
豪華さが売りの別荘地の中にあんな薄汚れた建物があってみろ。
You're gonna learn history. I wish I could do that. I wish I could find a way to stream history lessons, but make them interesting and fun for people, so people would actually learn some fucking history.
おまけにガキどもの騒ぐ声が近く。
なるほどな。別荘地と、しかし危ない橋を渡るくらいなら買い上げた方がいいのではないか。
I like how this evil man in black is like completely rational about this. It's like, why'd you burn an orphanage? Oh, we wanna sell it to make luxury. Still okay, but still, why an orphanage? Like, well, why didn't you just buy it?
Ha! あの頑固な女が夫の残したと。だが連中が不在の隙に焼け落ちた建物を撤去して別荘を建ててしまう。再建費用もないとすれば。
それが理由ですか。
君たちは。
そんなつまらないことのために先生たちを傷つけて思い出の場所を灰にしてあの子たちの笑顔を奪って。
Completely rational villain goon.
どうしてここがそれよりあのクズどもは何。
残念でした。みんなお熱しっかし、まさかしかもどこ。
ほう、 娘、我々を知っているのか。そこの赤毛の遊撃士とは少しばかり面識はある。
何が面識だ。ちょろちょろ逃げ回った挙句だがこれでよ。
君たち、そいつらは全員皆殺しにしろ。顔を見られたからには生かしておくわけにはいかない。
先輩、
Why is Leon
本当
ignoring
に
me?
残念です。
まあクライアントの要望とあらば仕方あるまい。
相手をしてもらおうか。
望む。たとえ雇われ
中堅の威力タップ。
さて、実力はいかほどか。
やるからには失望させるなよ。
言ってくれるじゃない。
だったら存分に味わいやがれ。
彼らの強さも知らないでバカな連中だ。
外野から偉そうにしちゃってムカつくわね。
お願いですから、それ以上は言葉を控えてください。
後輩のくせに目の見きれない。
燃えてきた。頼むわアガット。
続けや。
Revive
これ
him.
は効きますよ。
Sturm.
どんどん行きましょう。はーい、とどめ。クローゼ。はい。やっ、おまけです。お願いするの動き。レイブンや空賊の連中とは全然違う。
どうやら特殊な訓練を受けてるみたいだ。
どんな相手だろうが関係ねえ。徹底的に叩きのめすぞ。
ノラド。
これは
させるかよ。
お返しよ。
異性だけではないようだ。
そう。
市長秘書ギルバートおよびそこの黒帽遊撃士協会規約に基づき諦めて投降。
なかなかやるな。真っ向からの勝負では。
隊
隊長、ひょっとして空賊と交渉していた赤い仮面をかぶった人ですか。
そのことも知っているとは。
さすがギルドの犬ども。
負けたくせに何余裕。いいから武器を。
な
Kill him.
何のつもりよ。
動くな。それ以上近寄ればこいつの頭が吹き飛ぶぞ。
Oh, go ahead. Why is this a problem?
君たち雇い主に向かってどういうつもりだ。
勘違いするな若造。
Do it.
我々の雇い主は市長であって貴様ではない。
市長にしたところで同じこと。利害が一致していたから
お前がここで死のうが。
撃つな。撃たないでくれ。
Kill him.
こらいい加減に。そんな下手な芝居打って逃げられると思って。
足が僕の足が。
先輩、
Oh, fuck him.
どうやら本気みたい。
これでも納得しないならこちらの東大森の頭を打ち抜いてもいいのだが。
やめなさいよ。その人は関係ないでしょ。
ならばしばらくの間離れていてもらおうか。そうだな。階段のそれでは
必要のワイヤーロープ。
秘書野郎とバカどもの目。俺はこのままレンジ。お前らはこ
よし、
待ったエステル。アガット騎手やレイブンの人たちを放っておくわけにはいかないよ。
Yes, we can. I see no reason why we can't.
そうですね。自業自得とはいえ、足に怪我をしていますし。
Fuck him.
そっか、悔しいけど、あの練習はアガットに任せる。
So goody two shoes, it hurts. This is a remake of the very first game. Remember when Skies of Arcadia had all these dialogue options and it literally affected future dialogue and how people perceived you by the end of the game? Yeah. Yeah, good times. Can I just like warp back there?
Let's go!
クローゼ、どうしたの？
How's it called? The 2D version? Ah,
エステルさんたちはギルドに行かれるんですよね。
so.
私、やることをすぐに追いつきますから。
Oh, okay, that's not suspicious at
構わ
all.
ないけど、
あ、一応学園長にも。そっか、ギルドでごめんなさい。これでいいわ。ジーク。
Kill. Yes. Kill. There are too many games in this series. I'm gonna be a little mean right now. I don't think this game has proved why the series needed to be this long or wordy yet. It's a little like One Piece right now, where like we have all this pacing and lore and world building and world building and world building. This character will be important 500 episodes later, and I'm like, really? Really? I'm really having a hard time imagining anything I've done or met in this game having much payoff. But is this also a lightly incestuous game? Yes! That's a problem with low stakes. Forgets who the You know what? I don't think I'll ever get far enough in One Piece to see that, but that is pretty funny. The saloon on the second floor. Why the fuck is she blushing? Man, was Al right? Does all the girls have the hots for Joshua in this game? For no fucking reason? Harem.
あの部屋だろ。準備はいいかい？
はいいつでも行けます。
なかなかいい話だ。確かにこのルーアンは別荘を持つには絶好の場所だ。しばらく滞在してよく。
そうでしょうとも。その高級別荘地の中でもとりわけ素晴らしい。必ずや。
お主いいだろう。ミラに糸目はつくん。次期国王にふさわしい豪華絢爛な別荘を。そうだなさい。
閣下しばし女王陛下に相談もせ。
黙れフィリップ。私は次期国王だぞ。このくらいの買い物は当然だ。
Yeah, what was it? I think Oda said no romance. He even got in an argument with Netflix about that.
いやはや公爵閣下ならば分かっていただけると思いました。後でその前に。
おっとっと。
You literally didn't pour anything
こん
in.
にちは。遊撃士協会の者です。
君たちは。
なんだお前たちは。どこかで見たよ。
おお。
こんにちは執事さん。ちなみに今日はそこの。
困るな君たち。ギルドの遊撃士ならば大切な話をしているのだから。
何分緊急の話なので、実は放火事件の犯人。
その件か。仕方あるまい公爵閣下。
いやここで話すといい。どんな話なのか今日。
いいじゃない、公爵さんもああ言ってるし。
Yeah, Luffy is, according to Oda, he is canonically Ace. The Xeno Saga writer? No, that is Soraya Saga. That is Tetsuya Takahashi's wife. She literally has been writing in game stuff for Squaresoft and Monolith Soft for decades now. She wrote the backstory for the characters of Edgar and Sabin. Like, she's a co-creator of the Xeno franchise.
聞かれて困る話でもないでしょ。
まあそれはそうだ。そういえば昨夜はまたもやテレサ放火事件と同じ犯。
その可能性残念ながら実行犯の
そうだが犯人が分かっただ。ちなみに
市長さんが考えていると。
そうか、残念だ。いつか彼らを更生させる単なる思い上がりに過ぎなかったようだな。
あれ、市長さん。
誰？レイブンの連中に決まって昨夜から
残念ですが、むしろ今回に限っては
今回の事件の犯人。
Hang this man out to dry. That's you.
ダルモア市長。
秘書のギルバートさんはすでに現行犯で、あなたが実行犯を雇って孤児院放火と寄付金の強奪を指示。この証言にで
たらめだ。そんな黒装束の連中など知るものか。
あれ、私たち黒装束だなんて一言も言ってないんだけど。
知らん。私は知らんぞ。全ては秘書が勝手にやったことだ。
往生際の悪いおじさんね。
高級別荘地を作る計画のためにこれでもまだ。
しつこいぞ君たち。確かに随分と前から別荘地の開発は計画されている。
Episode 4, Enriquez Hancock. Boa Hancock?
だがそれはルーアン地方の今後を考えた事業の一環に過ぎん。
Lightning, I don't think you understand how asexuality works.
どうして犯罪に手を染めてまで請求に事を運ぶ必要が。
莫大な借金を抱えてるからでしょ。
どうしてここに。
いやな、そこの市長さんを取材し、こりゃ何かあるなと思った。いや
なんだね君。
ああ、リベール通信の記者。実はですね、最近のダルモア市長、あなた
別荘地造成の。
そいつは通りませんぜ。ちょいと妙だと思ったんで飛行船公社まで足を伸ばしてあなたの動向をすると、1年ほど前に共和国方面にたびたびいらっしゃってますね。
ただの観光だ。
というのは表向きの理由。本当の理由はあちらの相場に手を出して大やけどを負ったからでしょ。
Dabbling in speculation? What the fuck is he talking about?
市場の価格差を利用してミラを稼ぐ売買取引です。
Oh, he's a stockholder. He's a shareholder. Pump and dumper.
ある品が安い時に買い込んで高くなったら売るような。
それで
共和国にいる記者仲間に調べてもおよそ1億ミラってとこらしい。
1
1億ミ
寄付金の100倍ですか。確かに犯罪に手を染めても不思議ではない金額ですね。
1億とはな。私もミラ遣いは荒い。
何基礎。
まあそんなわけ、莫大な借金を返すために市の予算に手を出した。どうするものかと思っていたら、まさか放火や強盗までし。何と言いますか。
そんな証拠憶測だけで記事にしてみろ。名誉毀損で訴えて。
あらまあ開き直った。
貴様らもそうだ。市長の私を逮捕する。今すぐここから。
いや、
さすがに自分の権利は
市長、一つだけ。
なんだ君は。法律学園の生徒のくせにこのような輩と付き合って、とっとと学園にも。
どうしてご自分の財産で借金を返さなかったんですか。確かに1億アルモア家の資産があれば、例えばこの
バカなこと。この屋敷は先祖代々から受け継いだダルモー家の誇りだ。どうして売り払うことができよう。
あの孤児院だって同じことです。多くの思いが育まれてきた思い出深く愛しい場所。
Orientation, a man whore. Actually, I think speedrun. Honestly, if you want my honest opinion on that, like, okay, so like, you know, you're attracted to women, but you don't want to be in a relationship. You want to be by yourself. Cool, as long as you're always open and honest about that with whoever you fuck. Be yourself. You know, if you just want to be like, hey, I just want to go out, you know, have a good time, get my fuck on every now and again, and then just go home by myself. As long as you're upfront, honest, and open about that with everyone you're fucking, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Just don't lie to people. Just don't make people think you're interested in a relationship when you're not. And if someone wants a relationship, you fucking cut that right off. You say, all right, nope, we are done. Do not drag shit out for people. There's my Simmons advice for you. Take it or leave it. But yeah, I've known people who are just guys who are just like, hey, I don't want a relationship. I just want to fuck everyone. Fine, be that way. Just don't lie to anyone about it.
その思いを壊す権利なんて誰だって持っていないのに、どうしてあなたはあんなことができたんですか。
Like, honestly, and that goes for women too. I know there's no women in my chat, but it's like, look, if you're like, look, I just like having fun, getting a screw on every now and again, does that make me a bad person? No, just be honest about it. Don't string anyone along.
あのみすぼらしい建物とこの屋敷を一緒にするな。
あなたは結局自分自身、ルーアン市長としての自分とかわいそうな人。
よくぞ言った。こうなったら後のことなど知ったことか。
What was that expression?
ファンゴ、ブロンコ、餌の時間だ。出てこい。
なんなの？
獣の匂い。
なんだ。魔獣。公爵閣下。
信じられません。魔獣を飼ってるなんて。
お前たちを皆殺しにすれば事実を知る者はいなくなる。こいつらが食い残した分は川に流してやるから安心したまえ。狂ってやがる。
こんな屋敷の中で魔獣と戦うことになるなんて。
でもこれで現行犯として市長を逮捕することができる。
Why is this going so slow?
あ
Just
な
fight
た
the
たち
fucking
に
monsters.
恨みはないけれど、人を傷つけるつもりならば容赦はしません。
狼型か。前に関所で戦った奴らとわけが違うわね。
体格が段違いな上にかなり血に飢えているみたいだ。
エステルさん、ヨシュアさん、力を合わせて乗り越えましょう。
お前たちやられるんじゃねえぞ。
許さないわ。これはどう？全力で行きましょう。行くわよ。
流れを変える。炎よ。
手当てします。助かるわ。
容赦はしない。スタンだ。一気に決めよう。
了解です。おまけです。
アンゴ、ブロンコ、一体何を手こずっている。早くこいつらを始末しろ。
ちょっぴり同情できなくもないけど、来るなら容赦はしないわよ。
はい、このまま一気に終わらせましょう。
Oh my god, she's
手
so
当てします。
slow.
ありがとう。
許さないわ。
の輝きよ。
任せて。はあ、急げ。
Tossing out my leg. Oh yeah, those fold phones
Nami,
too.
come on.
I had one and it broke. I was very sad. I loved it.
そこまでです。
シオの輝きよ。
手当てします。助かるわ。いや、
シオの輝きよ。
成敗。くらえ。崩れたわ。
もらった。
続いて。よしょ。
なんだと。いいじゃねえかお前たち。
ようやく一たちは倒せました。
相方がやられてめちゃくちゃ頭にきてるみたいね。
なあ、最後まで気を緩めず戦おう。僕が相手だ。
手当てします。サンクス。そこまでです。
大地よ。
行くよ。覚悟はいい。
な
遊撃士協会規約に基づき投降した方が身のため。
こうなっては仕方ない。奥の手を使わせてもらうぞ。
スエ、
時よ、
体が動かない。
ところに止まらん。ザ・ワールド。Yeah, good thing you did too.
これはオーバルアーツなのか。
違います。これはおそらく。
なんだそりゃ。おお、クローゼ君は博識だな。これぞ我がダルモー家に伝わる家宝、アーティファクト、封じの宝条。一定範囲内にいる者の動きを
なんてデタラメな。
こんな強力なアーティファクトが
さすがは古代文明の戦術オーブメントごときとはひかまっとも仕方ないから。君たちの始末は私自らの手で行ってあげよう。光栄に思うのだな。まずはそうだな、生意気な小娘から。最後に逆知らなさっきの威勢はどうした？命乞いでもすれば。
汚い手でル
ナ。何？
汚い手でエステルに触るな。もしも毛ほどでも傷つけてみろ。ありとあらゆる方法を使ってあんたを八つ咲きにしてやる。
の
Good, Johnny.
ヨシュア、
Good.
ヨシュアさん。
指一本も動かせぬくせにいきなりよってからに。いいだろう、貴様の始末を先にしてやる。
やめなさいよ。ヨシュアを傷つけたら絶対に許さないんだからね。ヨシュアさん
死ねえ。
この光は。
くそ、この手が動けばカメラを。
体の自由が
エステル、今の黒。
お父さん宛てに届いたこれが光ったみたいだ。
そんなバカな家宝のアーティファクトが
Why is he
こん
waiting?
なこ
Just
とで
shoot
壊
them.
れるものか。
どちらにせよ現実を見た方がいいんじ
嘘、よくも悪趣味。
最低です。
誰が捕まるものか。
追いかけるよ。
はい。
I mean, he could have shot him.
こんなスクープ逃してたまるかってんだ。
やれやれ、自由が縮みましたぞ。閣下、
I don't know.
大丈夫ですか閣下。
おお、魔獣が。
あれは
ダルモア市長のヨットです。
待ちなさいっての。
Yeah, he's definitely gonna stop.
このボートで追いかけよう。さあ、二人とも乗って。
オッケー。
ほら俺も乗せやがれってんだ。
方が小型な分船体は軽いみたいですね。
しつこいやつらだ。これでも食らえ。
おりゃ
Okay, sure.
何？
遊撃士をなめんじゃないわよ。よしはそのまま右側につけちゃって。
了解。あれ、
いきなり速くなった。こ
れは沖合を流れる風です。
まずいな。こうなったらヨットの方が断然有利だ。
なんですって。
エイドスは私の方に微笑みかけてくれたようだな。それではさらばだ、コグスレだもん。
冗談じゃないわよ。あと一歩のところで。
このままだと高飛びされかねない。何か手段は？
何？来た。
逃げたはいいが、これからどうしたものか。やはり軍の手が回る前に帝国に高飛びするしかないか。何、しばらく我慢すれば彼が何とかしてくれる。なんだこの飛行船は。
Well, it's not a submarine.
王国軍の、いや、この紋章は。
王室親衛隊所属高速巡洋艦アルセイユ。それがこの艦の名前だ。やれやれ、なんとか間に合ったみたいだな。
青と白の軍服、女王陛下の親衛隊だと。
その通り。自分は中隊長を務めるユリア・シュバルツという。
ユリア・シュワル
ル
ツ。
ーアン市長モーリス・ダルモア殿、放火、強盗、横領など諸々の容疑で貴殿を逮捕する。
これは夢だ。夢に決まっている。バカバカバカバカバカ。
これってどうなっちゃってるの？
ジャンさんが連絡してくれた王国軍の応援だと思うけど、それにしては来るのが早すぎるような。
やあ、遊撃士の諸君。諸君の協力に感謝する。後のことは我々に任せてほしい。先ほど目を覚ました市長、どうやら記憶が曖昧になっ、放火や強盗の犯行についても。
なんか
あの黒装束たちといい、何か。
まあ記憶が曖昧と言っても秘書ともども何か判明したら遊撃士協会。
助かります。
ところで注意さ
ん、何かな。
できれば俺もそちらの船に。何と言ってもツァイス中央工房が世に送り出す最新鋭の飛行船だ。ぜひとも取材。
申し訳ないが、このアルセイユは先日正式なお披露目が行われるまで。
そこをなんとか逮捕された市長や秘書からもコメント。
心配せずとも 判明したそのあたりで。
はあ、仕方ない。よし、記事を書いたら大急ぎでオートに戻るしか。そんじゃ失礼するぜ。
相変わらずたくましい。
リベール通信の発行部数は彼にはプロパガンダ。
Propaganda.
いや、
お手柄だったようだね、シュバルツ中尉。
これは大佐殿。
This guy.
リシャール大佐。
おお、いつぞや。なるほど。ギルドの連絡にあった新人。
ジャンさんが連絡したのって。
ああ、王国軍の司令部がある。慌てて駆けつけてみればすでに見事な手際だ、シュバルツ中尉。
は、恐縮です。
でも不思議ですこと、オートにいる親衛隊の方々がどうやら我々情報部も知らない独自なルートを。
お戯れを。
可能ネタいあまり絡むものでは。ただ陛下をお守りする親衛隊が後の調査は我々が引き継ぐから、そこで市長たちの身柄を預かる。
は、
我々はこれで親衛隊と遊撃士の諸君、機会があったらまた会うこと。それでは。
He's taking over. She was at the play. Yeah. Something fishy in Denmark.
気のせいかもしれないけど。
Whatever this whole phrase was. Cultivation novel.
今リシャール大佐。
確かにこういう場不思議に思われたの。
ちょっと反省です。
そんなふう。
自分に言わせれば君いくら遊撃士とはいえ、そのできれば親衛隊に。
やだな。今度の事件だって
そう謙遜する。まだ準遊撃士のようだが。
今ちょうど
女王生誕祭が始まるまで。
そうか。
ユリア隊長、出港の
ああ、分かった。エステル君、ヨシア君、それとクローゼ君、そろそろ我々。
その時は
ありがとうございます。
Where the fuck's
男子
Leon?
一同敬礼。王室親衛隊所属艦アルセイユ、テイクオフ。
Take off. Chat, where does Cold
敬
Steel
礼
take
しなが
place?
らファンファーレを鳴らすなんかハッと。
そうだね。さすが女王。
しかしユリなんだかクローゼが演じた青騎士を。
私もそう思いました。面白
Arabonia.
い偶然ですよね。
That's what I thought. Now, what about Daybreak?
まあ、しかも噂の最新へ。僕も受付の仕事。
ジャンさんって。でもジョンさん。
ああ、レイストン要塞の司令部に彼がいたもんだからね。
Calvard? Is that the Republic?
どうして親衛隊が駆けつけた？まあ、軍の連絡。
通常の正規軍に加えて国境師団、情報部、王室親衛隊。確かに複雑。
でも今回の事故後、ルーアン地方の行政はどうなってしまうんでしょうか。
So, wait, this is somewhere else, right? We're in like Switzerland or something in these games.
あ、そうか。
とりあえずは王都から市長代理が派遣され、市長の有罪が確定すれば、そうそう、孤児院については正式な。
そうですか。これもみんな本当に。
やだな。
そうだね。それに僕たちだけじゃなく。
ねえジャンさん。
ああ、残念ながら黒装束の他にも仲間がいたみたいでね。
大丈夫だったんですか？
ああ、なんとそのまま連中を。今頃はルーアン地方から離れ。
まあしばらく前からアガットはあの連どうやら君たちのお父さんに頼まれた仕事。
父さんが？
どうしてそういう
レイブンにいたアガットを構成させたのは他ならぬカシウスさんだ。なんだかんだ言ってアガットはああいう性格だから感謝し。
なるほど、僕たちに対する
すごくて、やっぱり父さんのお
飛長艇で黒い光。
いろいろありすぎてついこれ
それのおかげで助かったけど。
珍しい色のオーブメントだ。どういった由来の？
それが
Liberal is a small region in Greater Brony. Does this shit ever lead to war? Like, do any of these games ever lead to like a war between Nebronia or Calhard or anything?
R 発表。いや、それの由来を調べたければ。知っての通り、サイス市はオーブメント生産で工房都市とも言われており、
なるほど。たとえ博士が見つからなくても。
で
いいんですか？
空賊事件の時と同じさ。
Yeah, what game when does war actually finally break out with these countries?
これだけの大事件を解決され、査定と報酬も用意してあるよ。
何から何まで。
なーに、僕も君たちには一刻も早く。その方が君
期待に応えられ。
よかったですね、エステルさん。
Cold Steel.
ちょっとサビ
クローゼ。
そうだね。
わがまま言っ
What
て
is
ごめんなさい。
What is liberals' role in the war? What are we talking about? Tales of Azure, Tales of Crossbell? What are the Crossbell games? Is Crossbell the name of the region?
出発の日が決まったらエアレッテン。
Zero and Azure.
聞かせてもらうよ。
Yay. Magic. Obtained Estelle's casual outfit and pajamas. What's the casual outfit?
No, なんてしつこいやつだ。おらおらおら。あんな体験を担ぎながらどうしてついてこられる？
鍛え方が違うんだよ。これ以上は振り切れんか。
仕方ない。迎撃するぞ。
ようやくその気になってくれたみたいだな。てめえらとの鬼ごっこには飽き飽きしてたから嬉しいぜ。しつこく追ってこなければ死なずに済んだものを。
バカなやつだ。2対1で勝てると思うのか？
勝てるに決まってんだろ。
何？
喧嘩は気合だ。気迫で負けたら終わりなんだよ。尻尾巻いて逃げ出した時点でてめえらは負け犬決定ってわけさ。
ほざけギルドの犬が。2人がかりでなぶり殺しにしてやる。ここで捕まるわけには。
とっとと降伏して洗いざらい白状してもらおうか。 てめえらが何者で何を企んでるのかをな。
それは困るな。
いつの間に。
大将、来てくださったんですか。
仕方のない連中だな。定時連絡に遅れた上にこんなところで遊んでいるとは。
申し訳ありません。
いろいろと邪魔が入りました。
なるほどな。てめえが親玉ってわけか。
自分はただの現場責任者に過ぎない。部下たちの比例は詫びよう。ここは見逃してもらえないか。
はあ、今なんて言った。
見逃してもらえないかと言った。こちらとしても遊撃士協会とことを構えるつもりはないのでね。
アホか。そんな都合のいい話があるか。
やれやれ、悪くない話と思うのだが、お前たちここは自分が食い止める。早く合流地点に向かうがいい。
はい。
感謝します、隊長。
逃がすか。おらてめえ。まあいい。だったら獲物を変えるまでだ。てめえが持ってる情報の方がはるかに重要そうだからな。
そう簡単に狩れるかな。
上等。やるじゃねえか。
抑えきれぬ劇場をもって重き撤回を振るうか。お前は自分と似たところがあるようだ。己の無力さに打ちのめされたことがある。そんな目をしているぞ。
いいね。どこの誰かは知らねえがなかなか気に入ったぜ。
自分もお前のような不器用な男は嫌いではない。お互いこの辺りで手打ちというのはどうかな。
ふざけんな。黙って聞いてりゃ知った風なことほざきやがって。徹底的にぶちのめしてやる。口ほどにもないやつだぜ。ギルドに運んで徹底的に締め上げてやるとするか。なんだ。これは分け身のクラフト。
悪くない一撃だったが、未だ迷いがあるようだな。その迷いが太刀筋を狂わせる。
何？
修羅と化すのならば全てを捨てる覚悟が必要だ。人として生きたいのなら怒りと悲しみは忘れるがいい。それではさらばだ。
忘れろだと。そんなこと けねえだろうが。
It's a little dramatic. What the hell was that about? What are we giving Falcon credit for? Not
やっ
having
ぱり
money?
まだ来てないみたいね。
Actually, Retro Man, DK was not number 1 on my list. DK wasn't even top 3. DK wasn't even top 5. I gotta alt tab out. Actually, oh really? This is small. Actually, 6th. Peak. Oh yeah, I forgot to say Peak was it. Oh, I did just say Peak was an honorable mention, but yeah. Alright, who's number 1 for? Hell yeah.
早く来すぎちゃったかな。
Dude, apparently that game is $24 right now on Steam.
そうだね。酒場で時間を潰そうか。
川の流れを見てる。
そう。
しかしダルモア市長が逮捕されて。
現職の市長の逮捕なんてロレントで言えばクラース市長が捕まったのと同じことなわけだし。
うわ、でも驚いてはいたみたいだけど。
まあルーアン市長は伝統的にダルモ市長本人を慕っていたわけじゃなかったのかもしれない。
みんなから好かれている地獄。エステルさん。
Unfortunately, even though I'm not done with this game, I don't think this game would have made my top 10.
いや、
もしかしてそんなに。いえ、連絡をくださって。もうクローゼってば。お礼を言うのはこっち。ジークも。サイス地方に行くには、はい、南エアレッテンといって滝が見。へえ、それじゃレッツ。今日も綺麗ね。
Right now, I feel like this game is
いろいろ大変でしたけど、
7
こ
out
の
of
海
10.
の美しさは変わりません。
Now that
僕
I'm
らは
like
一旦
halfway
見
through
納め
it.
だけど、いつかまた来たいものだね。
Like, it's not bad, but it's like I'm not hooked. I'm not like enamored. I'm not like hooked. I'm not in love with the game.
気をつけて進もう。
The end is what gets people. Man, I don't know. This game has such weird and sometimes bad pacing.
お手並み拝見です。危険です。距離を取りましょう。決めるわね。エステル。もらったわ。
感じだ。
ヨシュアさん、お疲れ様です。
These first Trails remastered. They added rollback netcode or crossplay. No. What even is These first Trails?
おまけよ。よーしやっ。よーし上出来。
絶好調だね。
First ever's a big slow burn. I feel that's a terrible way to try to get people hooked into your series. What's up, Rom-Com Senpai? Make some cool ass RPG. Hell yeah. Try to, anyways. Unfortunately, the game's not quite. This game isn't Xenoblade, but it has heart. It just doesn't have budget.
あら、宝箱ですね。危険です。距離を取りましょう。行きましょう。円形の後期に帰るよ。クローゼ。はい。おまけです。
うん、いい感じだ。
ヨシュアさん、お疲れ様です。
まあこんなものかな。
難敵です。気をつけましょう。
クローゼ了解です。おまけです。
Oh shit, Kevin got
これは効くよ。捉えた。
おまけです。終わりよ。
早く頼んだよ、クローゼ。
これは効きますよ。
ジークそこよ。まだまだ頼みます、エステルさん。
literally the bird from Up.
流れを変える。これは効くよ。
それスタンよ。よっしゃ。
あ
よーし上出来。
やったね、エステル。
That's your tower? Will that lead to
難
his
敵
your
です。
dreams?
気をつけましょう。あら、宝箱ですね。
remembers is your dreams, Chad.
安らぎますね。強敵ね。腕が鳴るわ。
I wonder how much XP you get from this shit.
無形の好機です。まだよ。もう一丁。
まあこんなものかな。
Not much.
切り替えるよ。
お願い。
あ
So what's the point of this tower?
まだ
Lasers are all
負けられないんだ。
難敵です。気をつけましょう。行きましょう。
相手が悪かったね。
あら、宝箱ですね。
blazing fried chicken.
ここで一区切りだね。
安らぎますね。
So there was nothing up here. So you never actually travel in an airship and get to like roam the world of trails, like, you know, go between Labarl and Calvard and Nebronia and whatever. You never actually travel the world, like go across the globe. Is this what I'm to understand?
難敵です。気をつけましょう。
No, each arc is self-contained to their regions. That sucks. So when do we go on a globe-trotting adventure in the Trails series? I think if they're like a major well-paced experience. Well-paced is not in this game's dictionary.
難敵です。気をつけましょう。
Well,
敵の群れ注意しましょう。危険です。距離を取りましょう。
速攻で決める。まあこんなものかな。
Stopped in a long time ago. Bro, it's 1:30 a.m.
強敵だ。落ち着いて挑もう。
危険です。距離を取りましょう。
Where are you from, Wally? Ah, he's gonna. 2 Yorbs. Peaceful and cozy. Different season times show the games. Wait, so what the fuck? Where the fuck do I go in second chapter? If I'm visiting all 5 major cities in this chapter. Hero is 7. There you go, Wally. That's what we're trying to do. You're revisiting the same cities with some new areas here and there, plus dungeons. Leon! Was Expedition 33 top 3? Nope.
確かローツェ水道っていう名前だったかな。中世に作られた水道橋だね。
はい。バレリア湖から直接水を運んでいるんですよ。オーブメントもな。それで
あれがトンネルど、
そろそろお別れね。はい。エステルさんたちはひょっとしたら私女王親戚の集まり。
女王生誕祭というと確か1ヶ月くらい先だね。
So this bitch is royalty, isn't she?
確かにその頃には王都。
じゃあさ、親戚の用事が終わったら王都のギルドに連絡してよ。そうすれば会える。
はい、必ず。エステルさん、よし、本当にお二人がしてくださって。
いやだ、
僕たちも君にはおあいこってことにしよう。
とんでもあります。あの時私は立場にとらわれている。でも私は逆に孤児院にしても学園にしてもどんな時でも前向きに大切なものを守る。ありがとう。
いや、お役に立てたんだったら。元気でね、クローゼ。
Stay away from my brother. He's mine.
今度はオートで会いま。はい。ジークも一緒に。ってあんたこの辺りに。
きっと。
それじゃあ。
そうね。
You're my presence, yeah. My sure falls was real.
エステルさん、修行のそれから。
君たちも元気で。
Why is she walking backwards?
また会えるよね。
クローゼ、お待たせしました。
ユリアさん、レイストン要塞から戻ったのですね。
ええ。失礼ながらその件に関して。
ありがとう。
コーラジ、お前護衛の使命は
ね。
まったく街道の外れにアルセ報告の方は。
わかりました。学園生活もしばらくオートに戻る前に。エステルさん、お二人に負けないよ。
Cave theme. Generic cave theme. Let's go.
どうしたの、ヨシュア。
あ、いや。
誰も来ない。
そうだ、ごめん。
もうヨシュアってばクローゼに
はあ、どうしてそうなるのさ。
照れない照れない。お姉さんにはお見通しよ。
Why do you think we sent him to West Africa?
まあお芝居とはいえキスまでしたのかな。
キス。
なんだったら今すぐ戻っていい返事聞けると思うわよ。
もしかして今まで気づいていなかったとか。
気づいてないって。
だからラストのあれは振りだよ。振り。うまく角度をずらしてしたように見せただけなんだけど。
What?
まったく君って本当にそそっかしい。台本の注釈のところにもちゃんと。
そっか。って私ってばどうしてこんなにホッとしてんのよ。
I must be done. Must be done. Must be done.
Every day I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up, it's the do-wop in all I do. The mountain grown aroma always coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Now I'm right in harmony with that do-wop ditty. Whoa, one more cup and it's a who-wop shabop for me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
エステル、ひょっとして具合でも悪い？
それじゃあとっとと。
Have you guys ever seen the okay, so we all know about the incestual Folgers commercial, but have you ever seen the insanely sexually hypercharged Gold Roast commercial? Coffee commercial from the 90s. No? Hold on, let me kill this thing. Hold on. How do I minimize this? Shadow Map Ultra. I have all this shit turned off. That for a second. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Okay. Let me find this the gold blend.
Of coffee.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, there's a bunch of different ones. I just need the one. We could maybe watch the other one together. Yeah. Just popped in for a cup of coffee. All right, chat, you're in for a treat on this one. All right, here's how unhinged coffee commercials were in the 90s.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet? Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
I've popped in for coffee. Popped in for coffee. So here's
coffee.
I guess here's the blend of all of them. I guess there was a series of these commercials. I haven't seen the other ones, but the guy from Buffy? I don't know.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
This plays out like a British
Will
porno.
Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
You saved my life the other night.
The dinner party.
The coffee. Very successful.
How can you ever thank me?
I'll try and think of something. Are you always this late?
I won't be tomorrow.
What's happening tomorrow?
I'm inviting you for dinner.
Do you want the lady of the house?
Well,
she's getting changed. Could I offer you a coffee?
I called round last night when you had company.
You mean my brother? Came round for coffee.
Brother.
What the fuck? These coffee commercials are too much.
Hello.
I want to see you. Now. I hope I didn't get you out of bed. This coffee tastes good. Hello.
Excellent
So
coffee.
much going on
Thank
in
you.
these Nescafes.
And intriguing presentation. Perhaps we might discuss it over dinner.
You wouldn't happen to be Italian?
Yes, him.
Opera lover? It's always Italians. Has she talked offshore investment yet? I think we should leave before the paparazzi get here. Which one's the kitchen?
Golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
I don't know why I let you do that.
Because I...
You serve better coffee.
Besides, I love you.
What the fuck? The end. That was the supercut of all the Gold Blend commercials. Not quite as good as Long Man. Here, Chad, I'll give you the full Folgers coffee. And this is basically where I think Trails in the Sky is going.
I must have the wrong house.
Sister? Oh, I missed you so much. They waited up all night for you, you know.
It's a long way from West Africa. Oh, coffee.
Kiss here.
I brought you something from far away.
Really? Oh.
What are you doing?
You're my present this year.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
See? I smelled it. He's back.
Ryan, you have to leave.
What? What are you guys talking about? We know what's going on here. We know you're trying to each other.
What? No. Oh, please. Brothers and sisters don't look at each other like that.
He sent you to West Africa for a reason, Ryan, to separate you and your sister.
You're crazy! Oh, yeah? What's this?
He's my present this year.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. We're
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm your
The
son,
second half
and
is the
I'm in
parody.
love with your daughter.
Oh! Ryan, what is in that box?
What's in the box, Ryan?
It's mine.
Give it. Unbelievable.
Holy shit.
Emily,
I love that we have so much in common because we grew up together. And I just want to wake up every morning to the smell of you and Folgers Colombian Dark Roast. Emily, will you make me the happiest brother?
Dad! Get off of him! I love him! No! Stop it! Stop it! No! I just want to my brother!
It's Folgers.
Are they stepbrother, sister? He's adopted brother. He's adopted brother and adopted brother, sister. Because we grew up together. Ah, Wilkins. Showing you how unhinged Jim Henson was in his youth. I don't know, Leon doesn't make it any less weird. The fact that they keep calling, you know, keep calling each other sis and brother and dad, you know, referencing their father as dad, both of them, it's like...
私も負けないわよ。
相手になるよ。
Has anyone tried to get Dan Harmon to play these games? I really like it.
Go. 良さそうな宝箱だ。
Wait, what happens in Cold Steel? The fuck is this? Full burst.
それじゃあよしはがっちり合わせていくわよ。
あ、今の僕たちなら何倍もの力を発揮できるはずだ。
頑丈ね。せーの。
切り替えるよ。エステル、
任せなさい。おまけよ。
うん。それなりに消耗はするけど、これからの戦術に組み込めそうだね。
Into him in that game? Oh, what? Green? Wait, so Rain's adoptive family, or the family he's adopted into, their sister has a thing for Rain as well? Okay, that's the main character. This is absolutely a fucking fetish for someone at Falcom. That doesn't happen twice like that. That's no coincidence. Optional romance? Bruh, it's still. That's no fucking accident. Man. Some people think it's weird that there's a polygamy, poly family in Xenoblade. Gummy juice. Gummy juice.
私の番ね。これはどう？そこよ。はあ。ふふん。どんなもんよ。
やったね、エステル。
That is some kink shit right there. What a weird kink.
トレジャーを見つけたよ。
How long has Reen been in his adopted family in that game?
相手になるよ。この調子でいこう。よし、充填完了だ。
いっぱいいる。気をつけないとぶっ飛ばす。
トレジャーを見つけたよ。
How old is he?
なんかちょっとヒヤッとしてきたわね。
この先は鍾乳洞って書いてあるね。強い魔獣も多そうだし、引き返した方がいいかもしれない。
There's all the treasure. There's all the fucking treasure.
やりー、宝箱よ。
Ah. So pretty fucking similar to Josh.
お宝発見。
Well, that can't be good.
区切りみたいね。
That's gonna be a problem. Jesus Christ. This game's...
Deathblade. 良さそうな宝箱だ。
怪しい箱ね。気をつけないと。
良さそうな宝箱だ。
PS2 ass level design.
Yari! 宝箱よ。 お宝発見。
I never find anything good in these treasure chests. So rare to find a weapon or armor piece.
良さそうな宝箱だ。 あの宝箱は注意しよう。
What
来るみたい。いや、こんにちは。
どうしたの？はい、お姉さんたち。だったら途中にトンネルの壁についている照明のことなんです。
消えた照明はなかったけど。
それが、すみません。私急がなくちゃ。
採水士の子かな。随分青。
ねえヨシュア。
そう言うと思う。確かについていった方がいい。
Why? Who cares? It's not our problem. Don't like how each chapter is completely different. Like set of third and fourth characters. And you don't even get them for the whole chapter, they just kind of come and go. I think it actually is detrimental to the, I don't know, getting attached to the characters. Yeah, it's like, I don't really spend enough time with them. It's like, oh, you were supposed to like... Well, you should have done a million billion side quests with them on your team when you had the chance. You have a stroke.
相手になるよ。系の攻撃だ。
先を急ぐわよ。気分爽快ね。このままじゃこうなったら方向よし強角20度動力充填率 30%。 いっけー。それ以上近づいたら今度は当てちゃうんだから。本当に本気なんだから。
I don't like where this is going.
逆効果だったかも。いやー。うりゃー。さっきの話はあといいから下がってて。
とりあえずこいつら追っ払うからね。
Am I gonna have to deal with a dumb lolly for a full chapter now?
私も援護します。気持ちはありがたいけど。
動力法を使う。くれぐれも無理し しないようにね。
おかげで助かでも魔獣を放っておいたら正面そういうどうしてあの魔獣
オーブメントの中にある七曜石だから、街道島にはその機能が切れたら。
でもそれ大怪我したら
まあまあ、第一無茶。
そこまあいいや。
僕はヨシア、二人とも。
私ティータって言います。サイスの中央工房で。それじゃあサイスに戻るんだったら。
そうだね。
あの照明を確かに。でも端末手違いで整備。
なるほど。
端末データベースお待たせしちゃいます。
さすが。
クォーツの接続不良。なんかそんなことね。ですね、オーブメントの内部にはクォーツっていう結晶回路がはまっているんですけど、それがきちんとユニット部に接続されていないと生成された動力が行き場を失ってしまって、結果的に想定された当初の機能が発揮できなくなってしまうんです。それが街道島の場合は光と魔獣よけ。ストップ。説明。こんなところでそれオッケー。
それにしても動力砲なんてなかなかの獲物を持ってるね。
街の外に整備に行くときはどうしても自衛手段が必要ですから、取り回しと威力のバランスを取るのがなかなか大変でした。で、それ自分で作ったの？小さいのにほんとすごいわね。
So she's Tiny Tina. Chad, does anyone remember Tiny Tina?
遊撃士さんってやっぱり頼もしいです。お姉さんたちといるとこの道も安心して歩けちゃいます。私たちも少しは遊撃士らしく慣れてきたかな。
まだまだ一人前には遠いけどね。
魔獣の群れ厄介ね。
No, it's okay. Sleep. Sleep.
速攻で決める。
Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
トンネル道のってことは、はい、そうで、正確には中央工房の
中央工房。ずいぶん大きな。
それはもう初めて来るお客さんのちゃんとギルで。とりあえず一回私お姉さんたちを案内します。ありがとう。
それじゃあ。
Shinji.
へえ、ここが中央受付のカウンターと。
なるほど。
ちょうどよかったわ。トランス主任が演座室に来。
おお、はい。あらら、
ありがとう。
私の方こそ。私たちよかったらまた。はい、それじゃあさようなら。
可愛い。
ああ、誰かさんみたいな可愛くない弟じゃなくてさ。
She keeps calling him brother. I got a little brother who's not sweet or cute. Fuck him anyways.
何度も言うようだけど、いつもお姉さんぶりたいんだったらもっとしっかりしてくれないとね。
Brought it on yourself, Chad.
Have coffee.
Brought it on yourself.
Every day I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up, it's the do-up in all I do. The mountain aroma always coming through. It's coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Now I'm right in harmony with that do-up ditty. Whoa, one more cup and it's a who-up shabbat for me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
And it's not copyrighted. City of Zeiss.
No.
Escalators.
動く階段、確かに長い階段だから。
だから私この。
それはどうか。
歩いてないのに進んでるってなんだか変な感じ。
よ、
これは値打ち品はあるかな。
Azalea Rose. Isn't that too much? What the fuck?
ナイドリ。
楽でいいね。値打ち品はあるかな。
ありがとうございました。
Let's go shopping. Yeah.
らっしゃい。
どれにしようか。
Here we go. There we go. Critical. Wow, critical takes a shit. I don't know about that. This speed takes a shit with cookies. Jump. Yeah, I guess so.
これにするわ。
Don't like her critical going down so much. Really like criticals.
よし、決めた。
そんじゃあな。
Alright, whatever.
新型の動力掃除機いいわよね。
Why does she look like the chick from Free Ring? What's her name, Chad? I know you all watch that anime religiously.
ようやくのご到着ね。エステル、ヨシュア、サイス支部へようこそ。ルーンアン支部のジャンからすでに連絡は受けていたから。
栗色のツインテールに黒髪と琥珀色の瞳。まさにあなたたちのことね。私の名前はキリカ。サイス支部を任されている。
キリカ。Fern? I don't know. The one who wears like purple.
以後お見知りおきを。早速だけど所属変更の手続きをしてもらうわ。こちらの書類に。いいわ。これであなたたちも今のところすぐに掲示板をチェックしながら。カシウスさん、一通りのことは残念だけど、少なくともここ数ヶ月は。
Not seen him in 6 months. Oh yes, I remember him. Elderly chap. Pointy hat, great big penis.
だけど別の問題についてはこれを持っていきなさい。中央工房の責任者であるマードックこのサイス地方では市長邸での話を聞く限りかなり。まずは工房長に会ってあなたたち遊撃士の届けられた情報を気にすることは何か事件が起こった時に。
キリカさん、シェラ姉とは違う方向でかっこいいお姉さんって感じね。
受付にあんな人がいたら身が引き締まるよね。
よーし、私たちも依頼と動力機の調査頑張らなくちゃ。腕が鳴るわね。気持ちよさそう。
犬じゃないんだから本当のお天気だよね。
Why does everything... It's a very nice environment, but everything kind of looks like the same environment in this game.
強敵ね。腕が鳴るわ。
Elmo Village Wolf Fort.
.距離を取りましょう。
やあ、待っていたよエステ。いやいや気にし、遊撃士協会にはそのお子さんたちと知り合いというか、この中央工房は大量当然その技術どうしても対応に困った時はロレント支部に。その恩人のお子さんたちがわざわざ喜んで相談に。
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no.
Oh no. What did I miss? I don't know, just read it. Oh no. This is an edit, right? Nope. This is the game. Yeah, some surprising connections now.
あ、君は
あれれエステル
なんだなんだ。
それじゃあ、
ティータ君、こちらのエステル君たちが家まで案内。
おじいちゃんに
よろしく頼む。そうそう。何技術者の端。
それでは失礼。それにしてもすごいね。その年で中央工房の見習いなんて。
全然すごくないですよ。少しお手伝いをしてるだけですから。こやの私は同じくらいの時、朝から晩まで野山を走り回ってたな。それも楽しそうですね。
いやあティータ、この前はオーブメントの調整ありがとな。
どういたしまして。またいつでも声をかけてくださいね。本当にみんなから頼られ。おじいちゃん、ただい。
ここをこうしてこうすれば。
私遊撃士、実は博士。あり。
できた
Dr. Wiley
やったついに完成した。さすがわしすごい。
ごめんおじいちゃん、数日前から作っ。
なるほど。
おじいちゃん、このお姉ちゃんたちが。
おお、ティータ、いいところに戻ってきたの。
Yeah, it's more wily than Weeb Heihachi.
今からテストをするから。今度の発明は生体感知器を向こうに特殊な動力場を発す。本当も本当。ほれほれいい。
しばらくかかりそうだね。
ほれ。他に2階の本棚から動力場における赤力値。ほれほれ。
はい。
ちょっとよ。
ほれ、そこの触覚。
触覚。なんです
ポケーっとしとらんで、コーヒーでもいい。ちなみにわしは泥のように濃いやつを頼むぞ。
聞いてないし。
おじいちゃん、こっちの。
おお、さすが。
そういえば。
誰？そういえば見覚えのない。はて、マードックの。すっかりお前さんたちを中央工房の新人かと思ってな。
An old baby.
いつものノリで
ったく、コーヒーだけじゃな。
まあまあ、新型オーブメントの起動。
ほう、お前どうじゃ。
もうごめんなさい、エステルさん。なんだか
動力革命の父とここまでおちょ。
そう褒める。しかしまさかカシウスわしの方も。あやつが軍にいた頃。
私もおひげの立派な。
でもそういうことならあれを預けても良さそうね。
そうだね。
なんじゃ、そういえばお前さん。キャリバーがないのもそうだが、しかもこの
何特殊合金製の。
やはりか。これ
あれ。
どうやらこのフレームはわしが切断してな。
切断するのが。
まあフレームの切断は時間。しかしその前に。
さっきの実験でも動力波の動きをよくわか。
簡単に言うと、このオーブメントがどんな最も動力波の動き。
それでも重要な。
それじゃ。
でもおじいちゃん。あんまり
よかったら僕たちも。
よし、食事の支度が。
ダメ。抜け駆けはなし。
ケチ。
なんていうか、この二人。
Except still, yeah, that's basically been going on. Zappelli.
血は争い。
So wait, I was told that from someone else, not one of you twos, that second chapter takes place in the exact same world with some new areas and some new dungeons. So wait, part 2, the real part, the part where it's finally moving forward, is a repeat of the areas?
腹も膨れたことじゃし、早速始めるとしようかの。それではエステル。
これでいいの？
ティータや、よろしい。それでは黒の
オーブ。
なんかまんまなネーミングね。
Simple is best じゃ。
Simple is best. Sanchez was supposed to be one big game like
と
Golden.
りあえず名前がないのは不便
I
じゃから
feel
の
like they could have trimmed a lot of fat on this one and just made it one game.
ドキドキ。ああ、この子はこの子。ね。
よしスティータ出力を 45% に固定各種測定器のスタン
了解。各種測定器準備完了だよ。
There's a few small new areas in each town. Basically, the final massive dungeon that is its own town. That's why I knew second chapter wouldn't take long. Damn. It's gonna be wants to remake third. Wait, doesn't third take place like in like I don't know, like a dungeon or some shit?
さてこ入出力が見当たらない以上中の結晶回路に動力波をぶつけて反応を探るしかないわけじゃがそこでこの測定装置の進化が発揮されるというわけじゃ
By the way, chat, you want to know something silly I learned yesterday? I don't know why. All this science talk made me think about this. Third takes place in like the netherworld or something like into it. Interesting. So, okay, chat. I don't know. I'll have to get out of this cutscene though.
No.
ポチッとな
Dark Khan uses assets from the first and second. Okay, so why would they make such a fucked up dark storyline in the third though?
いかにもそれっぽい光ね。
なるほど。ああやって結晶回路に負荷をかけるのか。
よしよし
All of a sudden they're
ティ
lip
ータ
synced.
や測定器の反応はどうじゃ
Strange cutscene to highly
なん
animate.
だか変かも。
何
タコメーターの針がブルブル震えちゃって。ぐるぐる回り始めたよ。
なんじゃとなんじゃこれは
よしはこれ
あの時の黒い光。
なんじゃと
And they all died. What has science done? Because Gundam was the team was on some shit. But why? Does it even serve any greater narrative
これ以上は
purpose?
ダメだよ。測定装置を止めなくちゃ。
止めてくれるなあと少しで何かがつかめそう
ちょっと街中の照明が消えてるわよ。
なんと仕方ないこれにて実験終了じゃ
元に戻った。
ケーキの方はダメじゃということは生きていたのはクロあとは猫
よかった。
よし
まだ騒ぎは
でも
Oh my God, they'll be fine. They
一
were out
体
with
全
it.
体
Lights went out for
何
like
が
a
起こっ
minute.
ちゃったってわけ。
そうあえて表現するならば
動力停止。
オーブメント内を走る動力。
やっぱり
うんしかしこれほど広範囲こいつは予想以上の代物じゃぞ
So certain characters are what from the third game or is the future game?
面白い
面白い。
博士
おおマードック
いいところ毎回新発明のたびに街中の照明を消すなんて
すっげえなそこに置いてある
それはなるほど。だからといってバレたか。
なんかやたら
いつもこんなか。
Meet them in the second chapter. So who are the people in the third chapter that are like the head of it? That's kinda creepy as hell. Let's see another one. Damn, we're just doing the third. The main protagonist in the third is another person who will meet in the second chapter.
昨べは動力が止まって大騒ぎだったけど、町の人たちは大丈夫だったかな。
So chat, I know it's not Monolith off Monday, but fuck it. I learned something yesterday. Very, very, very scientifically interesting. Let me see. God. Which I don't know. And I gotta give credit. Gotta give credit to where credit's due here. So chat. I always thought it was a little weird. I don't know. Bear with me here. Actually, I don't know if this is going to be in English or Japanese. We're about to find out. In Xenoblade. Twas that the mayor was fucking nuts. Yeah. I was just sad that I was just weirded out that when Gilbert was like when the men in black were like, we'll shoot this guy Gilbert. I'm like, go ahead. Like, he's an asshole. They shot him in the leg, but I was just kind of like I thought that was kind of funny. And then like, oh, he's an asshole. I'm like, okay. But he had us dead to rights with a fucking Luger, and then he'd never shot it at us until he was in the boat. And I was like, I can't believe, I'm like, you know, like, oh no, it's like the magic's gone. And I'm like, you could still shoot us. He should have just died. Honestly, there was no reason to keep him alive. Anywho, I always wondered, did anyone else think in this part of Xenoblade 2 that the schematic that Numa pulls up for the World Tree looked a little funny? Did anyone ever think this?
What's going on?
This fucking crazy schematic. So, look how fucking huge the ring is. Like this. Did anyone ever sit there and think, why is the World Tree so fucking high above the Earth? And then I found out yesterday. There's a scale video. Apparently, if you were to do an actual surface to orbit elevator to a space station, it would actually have to be this far away. It would have to be like an insane distance away to get geostasis orbit. So geostasis orbit is actually technically this far away from the Earth. If you were to do an elevator that would go up to a satellite that would sync with geostasis orbit. So I'm like, wait a minute. Takahashi, this wasn't just sort of like them fucking around, we have to make the visual example of the World Tree look really big so people know what we're talking about. This is actually to scale.
All of Elysium will collapse. What? Since the conduit disappeared, the power holding Elysium together was cut off.
Right, there's like a bigger orbit up there, but like this ring this far away from the Earth is actually to scale.
What's gonna happen when it crumbles? Not everything above this point will either orbit the planet or be flung into space by centrifugal force. However, everything below this point, the World Tree itself, will fall apart on top.
Pretty nuts. Like there's just this weird thing where like multiple times I've been shocked at how like accurate. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. Like the whole thing with Xenoblade 3, all my issues with that game's like science and explanation. Actually, someone basically broke it down of like the language of light, Nia says in Xenoblade 3. They're like, yeah, because light photons are the only particle that function with both matter and antimatter. And I was like, wait, what? So I was like, wait, what? That like the reason the arc is made out of photon light, like photon particles, is because photons can exist in both matter and antimatter. It's also why they talk about photons in the Ouroboros stone, for sinking the Kevis and Agnes, because Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2 are matter and antimatter, and that's why they have annihilation events. And I'm like, what the fuck? This guy was thinking about this shit? Like, the science is actually sound? Like, it wasn't just like gamma rays made Bruce Banner the Hulk. I was like, wait, you thought about this? Yeah, that blew my mind. I could actually pull up the nerd in the best of terms. Yeah, like I could actually pull it up. Because it was on my it was in our Lorecast where I was just like, what the and I was like, what the fuck? Origin was Lonesome Slug was like Origin was made of light because light is essentially composed of photons, and in physics, photons are their own antiparticles. This means that annihilation events can't occur. By the same logic, the only way the two worlds can communicate is through light, because it's the only particle that has itself as an antiparticle, allowing it to travel between two worlds without triggering an annihilation event. Regarding the origin of light, he said he was replying to someone. Also, my comment was to answer Andrew's question about how origin will remain intact and functional if the two worlds were to collapse. Regarding the origin of light, I believe it's similar to the light in our world. It's just a fundamental particle of the world. My theory is that if the conduit is, he goes into this whole thing. Why convert anything into light? Because the world of Xenoblade 1 and 2 are made of opposing particles. When particles and antiparticles collide, they trigger annihilation, a real phenomenon in physics that produces light, and since photons, which make up light, are their own antiparticles, it means that in the world where particles and antiparticles constantly annihilate each other, light, photons, is one of the few stable forms of energy and particle that can persist, which is why when Nia says, like, leaving only light after an annihilation event, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, he talked about it in the Iwata Asks about how much he loves to, like, take things apart and learn how they work. Apparently he fucked up his dad's sound stereo at home one time, and his dad literally, like, hung him from his feet in the closet and left him there. I'm like, what the fuck? James Cameroning that. By the way, did you go watch Avatar 3? You should go watch it in 4DX. Get on the ride. Where are we going? And poop. Determination and a bit of violence. Internal combustion engine. That machine generates energy by burning fuel. Highly combustible liquid called gasoline. It also uses salt. I believe there's a decent supplies. By my deeds I honor thee. V8. You got a dub on Fortnite? I mean, that's nothing new for you. Was it a solo dub or a blitz dub or? Look at his pants. Check, okay. Entry. Internal combustion. A motor that generates energy by combusting fuel inside the engine. Compared to petrol engine, it is less economically efficient and has other issues such as noise and exhaust emissions, so was never mass produced. Units of position 1. Manager maintenance. Oh no. Oh no. I heard Professor Epstein, Professor Russell's mentor, is the one who came up with it.
Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no.
Oh no.
変な操作をして壊したりしなくてよかった。
怖いこと言わないでよ。でも中央工房の技術は本当にすごいな。研究が進めばこんなことも当たり前になっていくんだろうね。
想像できないわね。
Where the fuck does this shit go? Calvard, she said. See, this is like dumb shit that like doesn't need to be in this game. It's not really doing anything. The plot's barely progressing at all. Like, it's just wasting time, really. I mean, if your last name's Khan, you name your son Genghis, I guess.
コンベヤまでラッセル博士の設計とはね。
聞けば聞くほどすごい人よね。あんなに変で面白いおじいちゃんなのに。
失礼だよエステル。 定はしないけど。
よ、何にする？
Gerard. Oh no. So we never get our own airship, and we never get to fucking travel around the world of Trails. Even though the game is called Trails in the Sky, you don't actually ever get an airship and travel around. That fucking sucks. I thought this game was gonna have like air travel and sky pirates and all kinds of goody shit like that. No. It's a fucking slice of life anime.
なんだジョーちゃんたちは。このライプニッツ号にはいろんな危ないから。なんだよ。なんだラッセル、しかし内燃機ちょっと待ったな。俺おもへえ今時のしかし軍から返してもらった直後にいやな、そのサンプルしばらく王国軍何かの研究について今日になおうじいさん。
攻防戦って中はどうなってるんだろう。見学とかしてみたいかも。
関係者以外はさすがに難しいだろうね。機密とかもありそうだし。
残念ね。
よ、何にする？
And beep. Riveting gameplay. Yeah. The problem is, it's like sometimes it's like really charming, and sometimes it's just kind of like I'm just going through motions. I don't think enough interesting shit is happening. It's like, okay, oh, this thing has like a defense mechanism, or like an auto defense mechanism of like shutting down orbital EMPs, everything it comes in contact with. So we need a non-electrical or non-orbital thing to cut it with. It's like, so we have this stupid long thing of like go here, talk to these people, go here, talk to those people, talk. It could have just been like, hold on, let me go give them, hold on, let me 1 second. You know, you could just be like, here, I have a fucking internal combustion engine, let's try this. Like, there's so much of this game that feels fucking pointless. Like, they're just writing shit to write shit. I guess it gives you the layout of the factory, I guess, in a way, but like, unless there's a reason later on in the game for me to know the layout-ish of the factory, who cares? A lot of the game feels like I'm like spinning my
この調子でいこう。私も負けないわよ。遠くからの攻撃に注意です。始めるわ。決めるわよ。もう一回。頑丈ね。せーの。天敵必殺。おまけです。いきます。スモークかな。一気に決めよう。了解です。そこです。終わりよ。いいデータが取れました。
いい感じだ。
見えてきました。あれがエルモ村です。
いよいよ温泉 地に到着ね。楽しむぞ。
目的忘れてない？
危ないわ。距離を取りましょう。
相手になるよ。
緊張ね。協力するわ。もう一丁。お願いします。
了解。いい感じだ。
私も負けないわよ。だから発見。
Yeah, no, I think the game like almost relies almost too much on like our characters are pleasant and charming to like try to carry the whole fucking thing.
決めるわよ。
受けて立つ。
おまけよ。まだまだいけるわ。
遠くからの攻撃に注意です。
お宝発見。
脅威どこ。注意しないと。
Should have gotten the arrowroot back here.
お宝発見。
続いて
任せてください。そこです。
これは効くよ。気づけ。
行きます。
旋風崩れたわ。
続いて
了解。もらったわ。
いつでもいける。
炎よ。
せい。
スタート。おまけです。行きます。スモークカノン。
shit. Oh, Jesus, mixed in the light. Is he beating it yet? What the fuck's wrong with you? He's doing so good. So he's gotten to the part of the game where he's gotten to the point where you have freedom to go do shit, right? I hope he does the thing where, like, you have Robo cultivate the forest, and I hope he gets the thing. Wait, did he get Janice on his team or no? What? He did. So what do we think? Is he gonna do Epoch ending, or is he gonna crash the Epoch? Okay, Robo is part of the game. That's not optional. He's doing all sides. So he's gonna do the Rainbow Shell in the Sunstone. I mean, Black Omen is a fucking long dungeon. That is a huge long dungeon. Black Omen, I think, is harder than Lavos. Oh my god, it's 321.
温泉が湧いているところでは大抵
嫌な匂いじゃないかなよかったでもいつもよりちょっと匂いが薄いような
Second Reptile Dungeon. Oh, where you fight Isla and the T-Rex, the Tyranno lair, or whatever it is. Where like Azala is like riding on the T-Rex on the bridge at the end.
湯気も出て
ポンプが故障した早速修理し
ポンプ小屋の鍵はまずは鍵オッケーそれじゃあ
これは温泉井戸みたいだねでも
やっぱりお湯が出てないみたい
ああティータよくついさっき工房長さんラッセルのやつあんたに修理を押しでもあんまりあのじじいを甘やかしちゃいけん昔から研究のことしかへえあたしゃこのラッセルは私の幼なじみでこの子も40年前の機械だないずれ買い替えるつもりでいたよしポンプ小屋は村のそれじゃ
Or put it on NSO at least. Shit. Even if it is just the SNES one. You know? just kind of like doing things to do things a lot in this game. I was like, this shit serves like no actual purpose.
出発し危ないわ。距離を取りましょう。エイド様、音なんやる。ワンちゃんたち、私なんか食べたって毎日12時間以上寝てお野菜もしっかり食べてるからお肌もつるい。何気にこんなことなら給料前借りして食べ放題しとくんだった。はっ、どっちエステルちゃんよ。
一網打尽だ。これで終わりだ。さよなら。スタンド。一気に決めよう。
任せなさい。おまけよ。よーし、まとめて蹴散らすわ。これはどう？覚悟。やー遅い。終わりよ。二人が来てくれてよかったよ。そうだ、せっかくだしこの貴重な経験を写真に収めないと。こんな時まで大したカメラマン根性ね。
とはいえ危険な状況に変わりはない。油断せずに対処するよ。エステル。
おまけよ。
取った。もっと早く。
とってもキュートです。あったまってきた。ドライブ開始。
させない。僕が相手だ。これは効くよ。はあ、気づけ。
お、いい顔してますね。吹き飛べ。任せて。これはどう？覚悟。やー。
取った。
とってもキュートです。
本部よ。 了解。
Problem is zero missed calls is that there's more than just Square Enix involved with Chrono Trigger's copyright ownership. That's why you haven't seen much about it.
Estelle ちゃん、まさかこんなと。これってもしかして。そうだけど。もうそうな。正解は今度のと。ちなみにナイアル先大丈夫？痛いの痛いの。飛んでけー。まだ写真。エステルちゃん、見て見て、今日はいい写真がいっぱい撮れたんだよ。はいはいって
すごい。風景写真なのに生き生きしてるというか。
これなんかキュートだよね。それでこっちはとってもセクシー。いや、それは意味不明だけど、ほんと天才派だよね。
She's called a fucking landscape photo sexy.
Hehe, なんといっても湯上がりに飲むフルーツ牛乳が最高なんだ。それじゃ私はそうだ、エステルちゃん、さっきはありがとね。
Oh, Dorothy, thou art so Dorothy. This chick reminds me of Momo from Xenosaga. Xenosaga 3 Momo. Oh damn, we're going to the Yuzu room. Does Nintendo know this? Oh shit, Chad, is this the Hot Springs episode? A requirement in all anime. Eastern style interior. And the mouse She was born in the East. So it's just like fucking East, where it's like this quasi parody of Earth.
何気に初めてなのよね。どんなのか楽しみ。
そういえば私も家族以外とは初めてかも。
今日はみんな大変だったし。
So I forgot. What the fuck? Where do you equip this costume? What the fuck is casual? Oh, it literally just gets rid of her stupid pauldron. And her gloves. No.
ゆっくり羽を伸ばそうか。
静かで落ち着くわね。
はい。行くわよ。
Later, Gator. Wait. No. No, chat. Oh no. Oh no, why is it both of them?
極楽極楽。温泉って初めて入ったけど、想像以上に気持ちいいわね。ドロシーじゃないけど、こりゃやみつきにもなるわ。
Why is she in the hot spring with a towel on?
私もかなりや。
Oh god, they brought the kid in here too.
Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no.
みつきです。小さな頃からおじいちゃんに連れ。
そうな。あれ？あそこの。
あ、さっき言っていた。とっても大きくて。へ
え、そう。旅の疲れが。
エステルさんたちって歩いて旅をしてるんですよね。なんで飛行船？
修行の。あとは
カシウス王子。
父さん、いや守るべき場所を自分。普段はおちゃらけてるけど。ごめんごめん。ま、私たちも修行があるし、今できるのは
信じること。あ、そうだ、私
聞きたい。何？
そのエステルさんとヨシオさんってもう結婚しているのかなって。
You and Mr. Joshua are married.
ドキドキ。
ドキドキ。ドキドキパニック。
ごめん、私とヨシュアが
なんだって？
なんだって？
ですからもう結婚してるのかなーってなんでそうなるわけ？だって名字が同じだし、兄弟にしては似てないからてっきりそうなのかなーって。似てないのは血がつながっていないから。名字が同じなのはヨシュアが父さんの養子だから。あ、そうなんですか。ごめんなさい、ちょっととんだ勘違いだわ。そもそも私もヨシュアもまだ16歳なんだから。
Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no.
Japan!
結婚なんて全然先の話だってば。そうで、いくらお互いが好きでもそんなに早く結婚しませんよね。ガクだから私とヨシュアは恋人でも何でもな、ただの家族よ、家族。
Family. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Every day I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up, it's the doo-wop, doo-wop in all I do. The mountain grown aroma always coming through, always coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Now I'm right in harmony with that doo-wop, doo-wop ditty. Whoa, one more cup and it's a who-wop, ship-wop for me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
We're family, but we're family. Family. But I mean, do we look like a couple? No, they don't play that. I don't think. I don't know.
ラブラブとか熱々とかイチャイチャとかそういうの。でもいつも一緒で自然な感じだし、お互いのことを分かり合ってるような感じだし。いや、それはまあ、それって家族とか親友でもありそうな雰囲気じゃない？だいたい私とヨシュアってそんな雰囲気に。
そんな恥ずかしいセリフよくさらっと言えるもんだね。僕の胸でよかったらいくらでも貸してあげるから。
This game just encourages me.
Every day I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up, it's the doo-wop, doo-wop in all I do. The mountain grown aroma always coming through, always coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Now I'm right in harmony with that doo-wop, doo-wop ditty. Whoa, one more cup and it's a who-wop, ship-wop for me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
I'm gonna need a Folgers emote can.
エステルさん、お顔真っ赤ですけど。なんでも。いや、それにしても温泉って血の巡りが良くなりすぎて。そういえば露天のぼせてきちゃったし。そういえばエステルさん、露天風呂って。混浴。
私この前からどうしちゃったんだろう。今までヨシュアをそういう風に意識したことなんてなかったのに。
This is such a fucking cringe, awkward romance. I've never thought of him that way. Always my family, always as a brother, but do I actually... Dan Harmon wrote this game.
悩むのやめ。私のキャラじゃないし。いい気持ちいい。
気持ちいい。
中のお風呂も良かったけど、外のは広くて伸びの。
言っておくけど、泳いだりしたらダメだからね。
ギク、そんなことしないわよ。え？
やあエステル、お先に入らせてもらってるよ。この格好だとさすがにちょっと照れるね。でも温泉って思った以上に傷にも良さそうだし、遊撃士家業にはぴったりかもしれないな。こういう状況で黙られると落ち着かないんですけど。
ものすごい悲鳴がしたったく。いいかい、この露天脱衣所の張り紙にでっかく。
要するに全く見てなかったんだね。
第一、裸の一つや二つ見られたからって騒ぐんじゃないよ。男ぶりや女ぶりなんてのは見られることで上がるもんだからね。
Holy shit. Grandma's a gooner. Grandma Gooner over here.
そこ信じちゃダメ。
Oh fuck.
っていうか、そもそも裸は見られてないもん。
それはともかく、ここは本来家族で入れるように混浴にしてあるん。それじゃ私は
なんで僕が。結局エステルが脱衣場の張り紙も見てないし、日頃の余
計なを本当にもう。
ああそうですか。いいよ別に。君に可愛いと思われたって嬉しくもなんともないからね。
なんですって。
大体なんだよ、人を見るなり悲鳴、そんな反応をされるなんて。
あれはそのあまりにも別にヨシュアと一緒が嫌ってわけじゃないからね。
Every day I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up, it's the do-up in all I do. The mountain grown aroma always coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Now I'm right in harmony with that do-up ditty. Whoa, one more cup and it's a who-up shabbat for me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
無理してるなんて一言も言ってないでしょ。ヨシュアのバカ。
墓はどっちさ。
ほら、ティータちゃんにも。
だからなんでごめんね、みっと。
ただ私兄弟がいないから喧嘩とかしたことないんです。
I want to go back to my polygamous Xenoblade. I want to go back to my poly Xenoblade where things make sense.
おじいちゃんは優しいからあんまり叱られたことないし。
We got gay people, we got bi people, we got poly people. We got non-gender, gender fluid. You know what we don't have? We don't have brothers and sisters fucking.
お父さんとお母さんとはあんまり一緒にいられないから。二人とも動力技術者でずっと外国に行ってるんです。オーブメントの普及していないところでもう何年も
それは
そんなことないで。中央工房の人でもこういうのってない。
ティータちゃん、
いいことを思いついた。
エステル、
私がティータちゃんのお姉さんになってあげるわ。ちなみにヨシアはお兄さん。
はあ、また突拍子もないことを。
何よ、文句でも。
いや、エステルらしい。僕も依存はないよ。
ありがとうエステルさん。私なんだか。
それじゃそうそう、もうさん付けはなしね。代わりに私たちも呼び捨てにさせてもらうから。
そうだね。あと博士と話す時みたいに。
エステルお姉ちゃん、これでいい？
バッチリ。
改めてよろ。
Happy to be your big brother and sister.
遅いよ。フルーツ牛乳の。
Alright, fuck this game. I'm going to bed. How much more is there to chapter 3, chat? Does anyone know offhand? How much more chapter 3 I gotta go? Or are we near the end? I don't know. All I know is I got a headache. And I'm going to bed. So, enjoy the weekend. We'll be doing a YoVG belated Christmas stream. Japan! And have a good evening.
Every day I wake up, pour myself a cup of that rich Folgers aroma. The best part of waking up, it's the do-up in all I do. The mountain grown aroma always coming through, always coming through. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Now I'm right in harmony with that do-up ditty. Whoa. you bought for me. Oh, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.